Good morning. I'd like to call to order the June MTA Board Meeting, which is held jointly with the Metro-North Railroad and Long Island Railroad Committee, New York City Transit Committee, Bridges and Tunnels Committee, Finance Committee, and Capital Program Oversight Committee. We are conducting this meeting this morning remotely via Webx and conference call. Governor Cuomo's Executive Order 202.1, which has subsequently been extended, suspends the open meetings law requirements, and accordingly any provisions in the MTA bylaws regarding public attendance at meetings and board members participating in voting by phone are also suspended. Now I'd like to ask our General Counsel, Tom Quigley, to do the official roll call for the record. Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Board members, I will now do the official roll call in alphabetical order. When I call your name, please verbally and clearly indicate your presence. I see Chairman Foy is present. Commissioner Albert.
Yes, present.
Commissioner Barbas.
Yes, here.
Commissioner Borelli.
Present.
Commissioner Brown. Commissioner Brown.
Present.
Commissioner Calise. Commissioner Calise.
I am present.
Commissioner Cortez Vasquez. Commissioner Cortez Vasquez. Commissioner Fleischer. Commissioner Fleischer. Commissioner Glucksman.
Present.
Commissioner Herman. Commissioner Herman. Commissioner Jones.
Present.
Commissioner Lacewell.
Present.
Commissioner Law.
Present.
Commissioner Lynn.
Present.
Commissioner Mack.
Present.
Commissioner Metzger.
Present.
Commissioner Mahaltis, I'm told, is going to join us later. Commissioner Mojica. Commissioner Mojica.
Yes, present.
Commissioner Samuelson. Commissioner Samuelson. Commissioner Schwartz. Commissioner Schwartz. Commissioner Tessitore.
Present.
Commissioner Zuckerman.
I'm going to say I'm here, but since last time you said you didn't hear me, I'd like you to please respond to say that you heard me say I'm here.
What'd you say, Neil?
Can you hear me, Tom? I am here.
Yes,
Don't tell me you
yes,
hear me.
quite clearly. Thank you, Commissioner Zuckerman. I do
Wonderful,
appreciate that.
wonderful.
Now, just in case anyone is present but had their microphones on mute, I'm just going to go over those people who have not responded affirmatively. Commissioner Cortez Vasquez. Commissioner Fleischer. Commissioner Herman.
Present.
Present.
Here.
Was that?
Tom, this is Rhonda. Do you hear me?
I do. I got you. Thank you very much, Commissioner Herman. Okay.
Commissioner Fleischer also.
Fleischer.
And Fleischer. Okay.
Can you hear me?
I did. Thank you. And lastly, Commissioner Samuelson. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Tom. Later in the meeting, agency presidents and staff will submit procurements and actions for a vote. Your presence at this meeting and silence at the time of a vote will be considered an affirmative vote for the record. If you would like to vote no or abstain, please state your name and your vote. We will now move into our virtual comment period. As in prior months, speakers were able to register on Monday and send in their comments by video. We'll play public comments now for 30 minutes, and make the full public comment video available online.
Good morning. We have 49 members of the public registered to speak today. The first 30 minutes of public comment will be delivered at the board meeting, and the remainder will be posted online for the public and board members on June 24th. I would like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Thank you for your patience and understanding throughout the virtual public comment session. Our first speaker is Senator Brad Hoylman.
Hello, I'm State Senator Brad Hoylman, representing the 27th Senate District in Manhattan. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment on the MTA's work during this difficult time for all of us. And thank you, as always, to the essential MTA workers, including members of TWU Local 100, who are continuing to work so hard to keep our city running safely. We deeply appreciate all that you do. As the city moves into phase 2, subway ridership continues to slowly increase, nearly 1 million riders per day, although it's still far below pre-pandemic levels. I'm grateful that the MTA has been taking proactive steps to clean and disinfect subway cars, provide strap hangers with hand sanitizer, and require face coverings. I'm also encouraged that the MTA is piloting the use of new technology, such as antimicrobial materials, UV light, and electrostatic sprayers to disinfect transit systems quickly and effectively. These steps are important to ensure that New Yorkers can ride the subway with confidence in their safety as more people return to work. Another potential step that I urge the MTA to explore is to keep subway windows open in order to increase the circulation of fresh air, which could limit the possibility of COVID-19 spreading in enclosed cars. Experts have emphasized the importance of ventilation in confined indoor spaces, such as trains and buses, in order to reduce viral load. And the Tokyo Metro is currently keeping windows open as part of their strategy to increase airflow. I urge the MTA to consult with virologists, epidemiologists, and other experts to explore the feasibility of this approach and to remain open to other innovative approaches to make New Yorkers' commutes safer as the city reopens. I also want to continue to emphasize the importance that the subway return to 24/7 service as soon as safely possible. The MTA's lack of willingness to provide a timeline for a return to full service is deeply concerning. 24-hour service is an essential feature of the subway, and an overnight shutdown harms New Yorkers' ability to commute, especially between boroughs, in a way that can't be replicated by increased bus service. I'm continuing to advocate for my bill, S8328, which would require the city's public transit systems to offer continuous 24/7 service when a state of emergency is not in effect, unless reductions in service are approved by a majority vote of both the MTA and New York City Transit Authority boards. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide comment. I know the MTA is in a dire financial position, and I'm doing everything I can as a state senator to fight for more funding from the federal government to meet the needs of our essential public transit systems. Thank you so much for your service.
Our next speaker is Linda Cohen.
Hello, my name is Linda Cohen, and I'm a Staten Island resident. I'm requesting that one existing lane or more of the Verrazano Bridge be reserved for bikers and pedestrians on slow summer weekends. Every New York City borough has pedestrian and bike connections to the other boroughs via a bridge, except for Staten Island. I am not asking for major construction here. I'm simply asking that you just repurpose an existing lane or more during slow summer weekends. I've spoken to several electeds and agency heads, and they're supportive of this idea. But they always warn me, that's the MTA, good luck with them. I understand your limited funds, and as a member of Transportation Alternatives, I've tweeted Senator Schumer to request more funding for the MTA. I understand that he's working on this, but I don't think MTA funding is a major issue with my request. During this pandemic, people are avoiding public transportation. So this is the time when New York City is opening streets to the public and we're providing connectivity for bikers and pedestrians. And this is a time when biking and walking have increased substantially. So I am asking that you repurpose a lane or more of the Verrazano during quiet summer weekends so that bikers and pedestrians can safely travel between Brooklyn and Staten Island. Actually, in the scheme of things, I think that this is a minuscule request. And in all fairness and common sense, this request should be considered.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matt Camper, followed by Roy Fischman.
Good morning, members of the MTA Board. My name is Matt Camper, and I am a regional director for Passengers United. So I'm here this morning to really give my big support and really congratulations to the entire Long Island Railroad team for our train time app. It is, without doubt, a long time in the making, and without a doubt, an amazing app. I have used it over the last week and absolutely love the new app. It is definitely so much better than the old one, a lot new information, and just I love everything about it, and especially with the routing tool. It's going to change the way that all my fellow Long Island Railroad riders use the railroad for many years to come, and especially in this time of COVID-19, this absolutely is a great thing for all Long Island Railroad riders. And I really do think this should be included on Metro North because, Metro North, it's absolutely, they use the same type of app, train time, and it's just, honestly, if Long Island Railroad riders get it, then why can't Metro North riders get the same thing? And I feel that New York City Transit with the routing tool, I think this will help New York City Transit subway riders as they get to these dates. So hopefully you can look into that for the future as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Roy Fischman, followed by Alita Dupree.
Good afternoon. During this time of pandemic, when many commuters are worried about taking mass transit and we don't want a sharp increase in car use, it makes more sense than ever to allow bicyclists and pedestrians to go across the Verrazano Bridge. This can be done by giving one lane of the bridge to this purpose. Let's do this now, and we can be proud of a forward-thinking administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alita Dupree.
Thank you. Good morning, MTA Board, Chair Pat Foy and members. Alita Dupree for the record. My pronouns are she and her. It's good to be back with you. Thank you for restarting the work on the Omni Fare Payment System. It's a very helpful program, and the work is urgent. I think we really need to expedite being able to include reduced fare customers such as myself to take full advantage of that program, because someday I'll share with you my damaged MetroCard story. It took a couple of hours out of my day having to go to Stone Street. Again, I reiterate the ADA access for all stations because I want to be able to use the entire system. I can walk and climb stairs, but there are many people who can't. And electrification is important to me. I'm glad that we are electrifying the central branch, but in order to reach our greenhouse gas goals, I certainly think that branches need to be electrified, such as Oyster Bay, Poughkeepsie, Danbury, and the main line out to Yaphank or Riverhead, and the Montauk line out to Spionk. So we have to be aspirational in our goals. And again, I did download the train time for Long Island Railroad, and I'm learning more about apps. So apps are great. I really liked using MTA e-tickets, and let's see what we can do to make service at Stone Street more efficient. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rachel Foss.
Good morning. I'm Rachel Foss, the Senior Research Analyst for reInvent Albany. We advocate for more transparent and accountable state government, including for authorities like the MTA. We continue to honor the heroic work of MTA essential workers, some of whom have been tragically lost due to COVID-19. We strongly support the MTA's April request for an additional $3.9 billion in federal emergency funds to keep the trains and buses running. Federal aid needs to come soon. The $3.8 billion from the CARES Act will run out in a few months as the MTA continues to sustain massive revenue losses from fares and tolls. In May alone, the MTA saw $486 million in fare revenue losses and $104 million in lost bridge and toll revenue. Dedicated taxes are also seeing large losses. The Mass Transportation Operating Assistance Fund, MTOA, one of the MTA's largest dedicated taxes, saw a 48% drop in revenue in May, according to the Comptroller's report on tax receipts, with $182 million lost over the last 2 months compared to what was received in 2019. We are advocating hard for more federal funding for the MTA. Last week, we released a report making the case that federal investment in the MTA is an investment in American jobs. We found that from 2011 to 2018, the MTA spent $8 billion on vendors in states outside of New York, a third of total MTA domestic spending. This investment supported as many as 100,000 jobs nationally in 46 states other than New York, and includes everything from wooden railroad ties from West Virginia to uniforms from South Carolina. Yesterday, the MTA CFO was quoted saying the MTA is facing the most acute financial crisis in its history. The numbers don't lie, and the MTA is broke. This is clearly not the time to almost double the size of the MTA police force. The MTA should not hire the remaining 340 officers, which could save the MTA $170 million through 2023. Longer term, stopping further expansion of the MTA police will save $530 million over 10 years due to increasing costs like pensions and salaries, which cap out at $100,000 after 7 years of service. Lastly, while the MTA's revised debarment guidelines are an improvement over the first draconian emergency regulations, the law itself remains severely flawed. We understand the MTA is bound by state law, but debarment of contractors creates an environment where contractors will charge more to compensate for increased risk. The law also risks politicizing the procurement process and potentially creating undue pressure on vendors to make campaign contributions to avoid debarment. We believe the law's adoption via late-night Albany budget negotiations was not carefully considered, and the provision should be repealed in its entirety. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Pollock.
Good morning, Chairman Foy, members of the board. I am Andrew Pollock. I am the public advisor to the Passengers United Advocacy Group. Today, I will be talking about a couple Long Island Railroad issues, two specifically. Number one, I was taking a look at the committee book, and I noticed that the new schedules are supposed to start on Monday, July 13th. To President Ng, please reconsider reinstating the 2:11 p.m. eastbound train from Penn Station to Long Beach, because right now we are only at 90% service. We only have the 2:56 train, which is an express that goes to Jamaica. So I'm hoping that train will be back in the schedule once we hit July. And second, I've noticed that this upcoming weekend, June 27th, and coming up on July 11th, we are going to have shutdowns along the main line. The only question right now we are wondering, is NiceBus going to cross Honor on the N22 and N24 between Mineola and Hicksville? Also, I noticed on the weekend of July 11th and 12th, there is supposed to be mainline service directed to the Hempstead line. Why are you telling people to go to Hempstead when it is a short bus ride to go down to Franklin Avenue and getting off at North 7th Street if NiceBus is going to cross Honor on the N4041 route? So, please keep this in mind. Other than that, thank you all very much.
Our next speaker is Jose De Jesus, followed by Bradley Bashirs.
Good afternoon. My name is Jose De Jesus, President and Business Agent of ATU Local 1179. Today I'm reaching out to the MTA Board to convey my concerns as well as my great disappointment in the MTA contract negotiation team. I have worked in partnership along with the other unions in conjunction with the MTA COVID-19 Task Force Committee headed by Craig. We have worked closely with the committee to create solutions for our members could navigate safely through the COVID-19 pandemic. While I appreciate that the governor, along with the MTA chairman and members of this board, recognize our members as essential workers and have even labeled them as heroes, and applaud the effort of being made for our members getting hazard pay. I'll do my part in helping with that effort. But in the spirit of cooperation, went out the window on June 2nd on collective bargaining agreement negotiations. Your contract negotiating team, after admitting that we were fair in our demands because we were only asking what was already agreed to with the TW Local 100. It was at this point when I was told that they refused to negotiate anything that pertained to parity with TW Local 100. It was at this point when the notion of our members being considered heroes was only worthy from the negotiating team as zeros. It was clearly a smack in the face because my membership risked their lives just as the members of TW 100, but without equal pay. People of good conscience can agree that it is only unfair but should be unacceptable to all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bradley Bashir, followed by Christina Lampr.
Good morning. I'm Bradley Bashir, representing the New York City Transit Riders Council. Today, I'm addressing the exciting 2-year anniversary of the Atlantic Ticket Field Study, which allows city commuters to ride the Long Island Railroad at a discounted rate with free transfers to New York City Transit, subways, and buses. By the end of March, over 1.7 million Atlantic tickets were sold, generating over $12 million in revenue for the railroad. While these numbers point to a successful program, further improvements would bolster this success while providing the safe and affordable travel that is so important right now as our region begins to reopen. In order to provide and build from the program's success, the Riders Council would like to see the following 3 items happen. First, make the Atlantic ticket a permanent discounted program. Second, improve purchasing options, such as adding it to e-tix and ultimately to Omni, providing monthly and one-way ticket options with transfers, and fixing ticket vending machines and reprogramming them to better direct riders to the Atlantic ticket option. And third, improve and expand Atlantic Ticket's marketing campaign to let more riders know about this affordable riding option. With all that is going on in our new world, riders need affordable travel options that support social distancing. Making the Atlantic Ticket program permanent, improving purchasing options, and marketing will help these efforts. As we move forward in the reopening process, we would like to continue the conversation to identify additional areas where the Atlantic Ticket, aka Freedom Ticket concept, will help both riders and the MTA. And in closing, we would like to thank the MTA and all of its frontline heroes who have kept the system running during these very, very challenging times. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christina Lampr, followed by Mark Henry.
I'm Christina Lampr, president of TBTA SOBA. I represent 140 sergeants and lieutenants on MTA's bridges and tunnels. The majority of my membership have served the MTA for nearly 20 years. They have served this agency for 9/11, major snowstorms, hurricanes, accidents, suicides, political protests, and COVID-19. Every day they don their uniforms in the face of any challenge, and they are the heroes of the TBTA. On June 2nd, my executive board was notified that the MTA is reevaluating their bargaining position due to its current financial state. Where does that leave us? It's unacceptable for the MTA to take this stand. Our contract has expired since 2012. Since 2016, we've been negotiating, attempting to settle up to 2019. Since 2016, we've been strung along and rejected at every attempt. We're at impasse, scheduled for one last mediation, and sadly, the MTA has given the dedicated members of my unit no hope. Throughout the COVID pandemic, it's become abundantly clear that SOBA sergeants and lieutenants are the most essential employees TBTA has. While the majority of TBTA employees were sent home to work or put in reduced schedules, my members have been required to continue to report to work. They've kept operations running smoothly so the rest of your employees can remain safe at home. Meanwhile, TBTA uses non-union, non-civil service employees to replace us in our regular duties and gain leverage in contract bargaining. You can't hide behind your excuses of financial hardship, refusing to bargain with the hardworking employees in SOBA and throughout the MTA. They are just excuses. What is the excuse for allowing the TBTA to keep its most essential employees from settling their contracts? For keeping sergeants and lieutenants at 2012 wages, keeping first and second level sergeants making less than their subordinates? What is the excuse when every other employee, including non-union, non-civil service employees, have gotten raises in the last 8 years? You need to step up, put your excuses aside, and make sure all of your heroes don't get zero.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Henry, followed by Lisa Daglian.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all. Chairman Foy, members of the MTA Board, my name is Mark Henry. I'm the President and Business Agent of ATU Local 1056 in Queens, and I also chair the ATU Legislative Conference Board. On behalf of those members, I urge this board must acknowledge the sacrifice and hard work by these members of ATU locals that work for New York City Transit. This body of employees should never be underestimated. Everyone in the MTA unions, especially in Queens and Staten Island locals, has given and given for this crisis. We are all in this together. Remember? The governor, the mayor, elected officials called on us to be there for the average New Yorker, and we did. We are deserving of parity wages, the same as Local 100. The federal monies have already been provided. In the very beginning, the MTA didn't react to this virus seriously, and some of us paid the ultimate sacrifice. Since this pandemic hit New York, my local has suffered 6 members, countless lives lost due to this coronavirus, countless members sick because of this virus. Everyone realized this virus doesn't play favorites, and the risk of the contact increases every day you're exposed. ATU members, just like TW members, sacrificed our lives for the greater good of this city during a time when everyone's life was in jeopardy. Our future was uncertain. Our exposure was great, and others were told to shelter in place. We come to work during this pandemic. We sacrificed during 9/11. We moved the military, disasters, moving homeless, operating during protests, blackouts, subway and rail shutdowns. We're there. Hurricane events like Sandy, we're there. Reconnecting the Rockaways, we're there. We provide a safe haven and safe riding. Today, this board must concede this wrong and embarrassment and its fairness and accountability to this workforce that has stood time and time again, crisis after crisis. This should not be the tale of two wages. Come back to the negotiating table, settle our agreements. These individuals who are alive today are deserving. They are heroes, they are essential, they are frontline, they are emergency responders, and they need to be treated fairly, Mr. Foy. Remember, you called us heroes. Don't make us zeros. Come back to the table, settle our contracts. We're just asking for parity, and we can move on and be there for the city of New York. I'm always available for commentary or questions.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Daglian.
Greetings. My name is Lisa Daglian, and I'm the Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, ECAC. We're thrilled, as we know all New Yorkers are, that our region continues to reopen and hope the worst of the COVID crisis is behind us. The MTA and its heroic workforce had a tremendous role to play in ensuring that essential workers get to their frontline jobs and help flatten the curve and stop the spread. On behalf of all riders, thank you. This week, New York City follows Long Island and the Hudson Valley and the rest of the state in entering phase 2. A data-driven approach has been integral to the governor's reopening strategy and continues to be the safest way to ensure that we don't see a spike in cases. As the region enters its new normal, more and more riders are coming back to the system. In handing out PPE 2 weeks ago, we heard from dozens they have never seen the subways and stations cleaner, and we agree. We hope that the last weeks and months have provided the agency with good information and data about the effectiveness of its cleaning initiatives and the use of innovative technologies like UVC and antimicrobials, and that the MTA will continue to explore how to maintain the cleanest system possible. Importantly, we hope it will use the data to plan a path forward to resumption of 24/7 service. We understand why the drastic step of overnight closures was taken, but it's time to look to the future into again serving all riders, particularly those who need to travel late at night and early in the morning. We would like to meet with those at the MTA who will be weighing the metrics of when to reopen the system to 24/7 operations as soon as possible, in order to get a better idea of how and when this will happen. After all, the city that never sleeps should not be known as the city that naps. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matt Lelou, followed by Tim Dubnow.
Hello, thanks for taking the time to hear my story. My name is Matt Lelou. I'm a fitter welder at New Flyer of America, which makes buses for the MTA. I weld hybrid racks for various propulsion systems for the Metro coaches New Flyer builds in St. Cloud, Minnesota. When I'm not welding, I serve our membership as the president of the Communications Workers of America, CWA Local 7304. I represent over 900 members at 2 New Flyer plants in St. Cloud and Crookston, Minnesota. As the president, I'm given the privilege of working through difficult or controversial topics on behalf of the membership. COVID-19 has been one of those topics. Because we have a union, we have been able to work with the company on many issues, a privilege our coworkers at New Flyer's other American plants don't have. We have our problems too, though. Early on in the outbreak, New Flyer decided to close both of our locations for a temporary 2-week shutdown. They offered to accept volunteers to work on a few projects. CWA and New Flyer agreed that any employee could self-quarantine due to the pandemic. Not many employees volunteered, and New Flyer withdrew from our agreement. Employees were given recall notices with the line, "If we do not hear from you by the date indicated above, we will consider you to have voluntarily resigned your position with New Flyer of America." Many employees felt threatened with job loss if they chose to use the protections that were bargained on their behalf. Unfortunately, our union had to file an unfair labor practice against New Flyer for the violation. It is currently pending. I'm troubled by what I've heard from other New Flyer plants. The MTA should take those concerns seriously and encourage New Flyer to negotiate a national community benefits agreement. In many ways, I work for the MTA too. The MTA should encourage good behavior and strong labor standards from its contractors. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tim Dubnow.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Tim Dubnow. I'm the Deputy Organizing Director of Communications Workers of America, CWA. I'm based here in New York City. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to you today. I want to raise some concerns about New Flyer, a major supplier of buses to the MTA. CWA represents workers at its factories in Minnesota, but the rest of its U.S. plants, including one in Jamestown, New York, are non-union. We've long been troubled by how New Flyer treats the people who make its buses. The reports we've heard about racial discrimination, sexual harassment, retaliation, and mandatory overtime are egregious. Recently, in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, New Flyer has fallen short of prioritizing the health and safety of its employees. We talked to workers in Jamestown and in Queens, New York, too, who are working to repair MTA buses. They were later interviewed by the New York Post. The Post found that New Flyer was, quote, sending workers out to high-risk locations with no protective equipment, downplaying the coronavirus, and refusing to enforce social distancing. A worker in New Flyer's Jamestown plant in New York facility said that many employees, quote, share the same community tools and they aren't being sanitized, and, quote, staff are coming in sick but not being told to go home, and was repeatedly told that the pandemic would blow over. On New Flyer's recent earnings call, CEO Paul Sobry shared that approximately 65 to 70% of their employees had either gone on government assistance during the shutdown or had burned through their vacation. Sobry said that this quote had been helpful to reduce our expenses as well as our cash burn, and revealed that New Flyer had built a cushion of $550 million in liquidity. New Flyer appears to have successfully externalized the cost of its pandemic onto the public while maintaining significant liquidity for themselves. Further, forcing workers to use the limited paid time off available to them means that workers will have none available later, enabling the company to build a cushion while leaving the workers without one. This kind of behavior is unacceptable, and the MTA should be demanding more from its contractors. We'd like to see the MTA adopt a manufacturer and careers policy with high road labor standards for those who make its equipment. And we want New Flyer to negotiate a national community benefits agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Miranda Nelson.
Good afternoon. My name is Miranda Nelson, and I'm the New York Director of Jobs Team of America. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Jobs to Move America believes we can have a cleaner environment and good jobs in communities that need them most. We work to transform the public contracting process to make sure that companies receiving public money use it to create jobs that sustain communities and the environment. We continue to applaud the MTA's commitment to clean emissions bus fleet by 2040. I believe that the MTA should ensure that every day is a good family-supporting job. The MTA is planning to spend $3.5 billion in buses in its new capital plan, and yet corporations like New Flyer receive MTA money to manufacture buses, but often do not create good jobs in the communities that need them. New Flyer is really an outlier in the electric bus industry. Its main competitors, BYD and Proterra, have both committed to good jobs and community benefits like training. New Flyer's concerning actions around coronavirus are of a piece with their disregard for the workers and communities they work with. The MTA should adopt a manufacturing careers policy that rewards high-road manufacturers. The MTA should ensure that labor standards are placed into future MTA procurements, including their upcoming electric vehicle purchases. The MTA can include policy language as part of their procurement process to encourage the makers of buses and trains to commit to creating good manufacturing jobs, invest in newer existing manufacturing facilities, and establish pathways into the industry for people facing barriers to employment. As the largest transit agency in the country, the MTA can be a leader in ensuring that our new electric buses are manufactured for transit agencies and workplaces with decent wages and working conditions. Our public transit money should be invested in jobs that lift up our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vincent Montefiore.
Good morning, Chairman Foy and distinguished members of the MTA Board. My name is Vincent Montefiore, and I am the president of the Transit Supervisors Organization. Our organization represents the hardworking, dedicated, and heroic men and women who supervise the bus operations in the OA, TA Queens, and MTA bus. Throughout this historic pandemic, our members have courageously come to work every day to ensure that the essential transportation services for the heroes who are performing critically essential work during this pandemic is being provided to them. However, this has come at a cost to our members and their families. To date, we have had well over 110 of our members who have tested positive for COVID-19. As a percentage of positives by title, it is our supervisors who have the highest rate of infection in the Department of Buses. Tragically, 3 of our members, OA dispatcher Felix Castillo, MTA bus dispatcher Clyde Coburn, and transit support coordinator Yvette John, lost their lives due to the virus. We would like to thank the MTA Board and the leadership of the TW for coming to an agreement that grants line of duty death benefits to the families of our fallen heroes. Even with these sacrifices, our members have endured to work under a contract that has expired on August 31st, 2018. We have not received any raises since 2017. As recently as a few weeks ago, we were in the process of finalizing a 28-month successor agreement that was patterned on Local 100's 2017-2019 agreement, when on June 10th, we received a letter from Anita Miller informing us that given the financial calamity the MTA is facing as a result of the pandemic, the MTA is reevaluating our budget and bargaining positions based on this new reality. That letter unilaterally ended our contract negotiations. The terms of this 28-month agreement is September 1st, 2018 to December 31st, 2020. The 2.5% pattern raises in this agreement would have occurred in 2018 and 2019, thus predating the pandemic and the financial calamity it has caused on the 2020 MTA budget. These 2 raises have already been budgeted and accounted for in the 2018 and 2019 MTA budgets. Therefore, settling this contract would not have any financial impact on the 2020 budget. We are now 3.5 wage increases behind those of Local 100 members. This has resulted in many cases where the hourly wages of the employees we supervise are higher than our current hourly wages. This has left many of our members frustrated and demoralized. Many of them are even considering going back to their former titles. Throughout this pandemic, our members have done everything that has been asked of them by the MTA to keep our transportation system up and running for our essential workers. We are now asking the MTA to step up to the plate for our members and direct labor relations to re-engage with us in negotiating this long overdue 28-month contract.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Miriam Fisher, followed by James Morello.
I'm Miriam Fisher. I wish everyone health and safety, accessibility, quoting Byford, a moral imperative, continued commitment to make subways accessible to all, people with disabilities, seniors, parents with strollers, bad backs, knees, luggage. On June 5th, the Appellate Division of the Supreme Court unanimously upheld a ruling that the MTA must abide by New York City human rights law. That means accessibility for all. Byford initiated a study to examine the feasibility of all stations to be retrofitted for elevators, ramps. Please release the data, ramps as one avenue for accessibility, cheaper than elevators. The Second Avenue subway extension, a prohibitively expensive multi-billion-dollar project. Look to European models of light rail, express buses, faster, cheaper, easier to make accessible. Even our neighbor, New Jersey, is going light rail. Cops of the subway, given the recent dramatic protests of police brutality throughout the country, please relieve the duties of the MTA police regarding the homeless, fare beaters, use the money to repair and fix the subway and for accessibility. Congestion pricing. Cuomo missed the opportunity when he spoke to Trump directly to advocate for federal approval of a congestion pricing. Funding for the subway is related to jobs, getting to work, and environmental impact. Less pollution, traffic congestion, more safety. We all see clearer air now with our streets and less cars. Please advocate for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Morello.
Good morning. My name is James Morello. I'm an MTA worker, a member of the ATU, Amalgamated Transit Union, and a shop steward for Local 726. Since the start of this pandemic, I've come to work every day and done whatever I've been asked. I'm a bus operator for New York City Transit, and I've watched my fellow operators get sick and some unfortunately die. We've come to work every day and been called essential workers and even heroes. Yet, when it's time to pay us, and time to pay us equal to our brothers at TWU, the MTA walks away. I urge you to settle our contract and pay us fairly. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andres Castro.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Andres Castro. I'm a bus operator out of Queens Division, HU 1056. During these trying times, I feel that me and my other members feel that we've been driving these buses unsafe. We received PPE and we believe it was too late. And we also think that it's just fair that we received the pay that Local 100 is also receiving as well. They say that we're essential workers, that we're heroes moving other heroes. But to be honest, every day that I put on my uniform and I drive that bus, I'm scared that I come home and I bring something to my newborn son and my wife and my sick mother-in-law. So all I ask is that President Foran, the board members of MTA, please relook our contracts. Please understand the sacrifices that we've made and how we feel when we go to work every single day with the trying public. Thank you, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Norbert Geese.
Good afternoon. My name is Norbert Geese. I'm a board member of Civics United for Railroad Environmental Solutions. COVID-19 has shown us that people who have unhealthy community air quality are in more danger of contracting the virus. We believe all neighborhoods deserve the cleanest possible air. For 12 years, Cures has been advocating to clean up pollution from unregulated, non-tier switched locomotives that were owned by the LIRR and operated by the New York and Atlantic Railway. The MTA has received $21 million in public subsidies to repower these locomotives to Tier 4 switching standards. On June 5th, 2020, Mary Parison Lavelle attended a Long Island Metro Business Action meeting at which the LIRR President Phil Eng was guest speaker. Mary asked when RFP 6263 was going to go forward and accomplish the already funded Tier 4 switching repowering. His response was that he was awaiting a report from the MTA Inspector General. So when will this report be available? When will the LIRR spend the remaining of the $21 million on Tier 4 switching locomotive repowering to permanently remove 95% of the locomotive pollution from our community? Please help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deborah Grice, followed by Chris Grice.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes,
my name is Deborah Grice. I am a disabled New Yorker and senior now. And my big complaint is bus drivers not following your actual rules that I'm allowed to board in the front of the bus. A year ago, I broke my foot and ankle and sustained a mild concussion, and this was not the first time I broke. And I had to use a wheelchair. And my half-fare Metro card at that time, because 61, was changed from just the accessible card to a AutoGate card, which means that I cannot go without a walker or wheelchair. Just because my gait looks good doesn't mean I don't need my walker. This past Friday, I had a bus driver tell me that I didn't need my walker because I had I was able to I had packages on. Well, of course I have packages on my walker. I have other hidden disabilities that let me get a half-fare Metro card. But when I broke my foot, I was allowed to get a AutoGate card. Now I'm tired of the drive, and what frustrates me the most is where I'm sitting on the bus because I finally get the numbers and they have to take me on. Your announcement says that any person who has trouble boarding in the back, because not all disabilities are shown, may board the front. Your bus drivers need to all go for true refresher courses. They also need to know that people of short stature, because my cousin came on with me. She's under 5 feet, 4'8" to be exact, was also helping me make sure the fact that my balance, because that's also why I use the walker, besides injuries in my spine. So I'm tired of you drivers telling me I'm obese, which is not their business. It's not their business. What kind of disability? I request to go on the front with my walker so when you go up the ramp and sit down carefully and not fall down. I would appreciate the courtesy. Plus, I want them to take the training that is due them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Rice.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Christopher D. Rice. I'm a member of all other titles of transportation, but I'm also a disability advocate. First of all, I'd like to agree with Mr. Bradley said. Happy anniversary to our Atlantic ticket. It is a big thing also because we have seen a lot of people use it, and we hope we can continue using it. I'm glad it's on the new Long Island Railroad app, so therefore there's other ways of using it. But I'm not here I'm here for other reasons as well. As Ms. Grice has mentioned as well, and I'm going to add this stuff, it's not just in Brooklyn, but it's in all boroughs. When we're supposed to work together, yes, we are maybe heroes, but we also remember we have seniors, we have people with disabilities and hidden disabilities. We need to show courtesy, the respect to anyone. We're not the judge and juries, but here's the thing. If a walker cannot get on the back of the bus because there is a rule called proper safety. We need to think of safety for our customers. It is in our slogan, and we need to keep it possible ways. We have seen a lot of the passengers gotten hurt to try to get on or off. They cannot lift those walkers. I'm surprised some of them can't. They're even saying, why should I get on the bus? Well, it's all the ways of advocating for buses. First of all, a walker or a short-staffed person cannot even lift their legs up because the bus is very high. The main thing is we should not be criticizing the walkers or the wheelchairs or a person with a cane. Because when it rains, it's dangerous and slippery. Let's think of safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is C.N.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the board. As a blind New Yorker, I would like to know How is a blind person meant to social distance themselves on a subway platform or a subway train? I feel this emphasizes even more so the importance of the eHealth on-demand program for people with disabilities and weak immune systems. I feel that the eHealth on-demand program needs to continue without a $15 cap and without reduction to rides, the daily rides that a user can have. Sadly, Governor Cuomo vetoed a bill that would protect paratransit users in this time of the coronavirus by requiring access ride drivers to wear face masks and gloves. Hopefully something can be done about this. And also, I feel that if the accessible ride vehicles were switched to electric vehicles, that would save a lot of money to this vital service that we have in New York City, this wonderful paratransit program. And one quick final thing, I'd like to thank everyone today, and that's all I have to say. Thank you again.
Thank you. Our next speaker is June Baylor.
Good day, MTA Board and ATU. As the chairwoman for Amalgamated Transit Union Local 1056 at Queens Village Depot, during the pandemic, my members expressed that they were afraid to come to work and afraid of risking their life and their family members' life. We asked for PPE back in March and was denied even though we had inventory. We could have avoided 5 deaths and many other sick, including myself, at Queens Village Depot if PPE was distributed when asked. We deserve equal pay and hazard pay and not zeros for heroes. We were there for 9/11. We were there for the blackout. We were there for Katrina. We were here for COVID-19. And whenever you needed us, we deserve better. We deserve to be compensated for working and deserve to be compensating for falling ill due to no PPE. Please, no zeros for MTA heroes. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joseph Morales.
Okay, my name is Joseph Morales, and I'm advocating for equal pay for equal work, and this is my comment. I'm an MTA bus operator and ATU member, and I'd like to ask Mr. Foy and all those responsible for giving us equal pay for equal work, what is my service worth to you? What is my future worth to you? And most importantly, what is my life worth to you? If I were your son, your brother, your best friend, would your decision be so hard? I put my life on the line to fulfill my obligation to the MTA and provide service during the deadliest pandemic in history. I put my elderly parents' lives in danger. I put my wife's life in danger, who incidentally suffers from an autoimmune disease that, if infected with COVID, could kill her. I put my children's lives in danger, who also suffer from asthma, which, as you know, can gravely complicate COVID symptoms. I put them all in danger to provide service to the many doctors, healthcare workers, and essential workers that needed me to get to work so that they could get their jobs done, saving lives and providing essential services as well for my fellow New Yorkers and my fellow Americans. And now it seems that my service, my bravery, and my heart have gone discounted, taken for granted, and just plain forgotten. So I ask you, Mr. Foy, and all that have a say in the decision to show us that we are appreciated and honored for being the heroes that we have definitely proven we are. Please give us equal pay for equal work. Even Governor Cuomo has recognized us as essential workers who are a shining example of bravery and duty in the face of this worldwide pandemic. He mentioned us at every daily briefing. He told other New Yorkers who encountered us to thank us for our bravery, service to our city. He saw us, Mr. Foy. He saw our heart, Mr. Foy. Honorable committee, and listening, and all listening, please see us. See all our colors, black, brown, and white. Be a shining example of good faith and humanity for all companies to learn from and mimic. Stand up and defend your devoted workforce when they need you the most. Stand up for their families. Stand up for their futures. stand up for their names, their races, their cultures, and most of all, stand up for their lives. Please give us equal pay for equal work. I know it's impossible to put a price on human life, but I plead with you to ask yourselves, what is the life of a brave, devoted, essential worker worth to you? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daelin Fischman.
Hello. Today, a Staten Islander without a car has no way to travel to New York City if they want to avoid mass transit because of COVID. There is an urgent need to provide pedestrian and bicycle access to the Verrazano Bridge. This access would guarantee that all Staten Islanders have access to the rest of New York. Please listen to the people and create a bike and pedestrian lane on the Verrazano Bridge. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Luis Soto.
As a frontline essential worker, we deserve equal pay for the equal work. We lost too many brothers and sisters to this pandemic due to the lack of PPE, which was not issued to us when we really needed it. It's only fair that we get equal pay. New York City transportation was needed, and we showed up. We risked our families' health to keep the city moving. Remember heroes moving heroes? Well, why the zeros? In good faith, where is the parity? We lost 5 brothers and sisters out of our depots to COVID-19. Many were sick. That's 5 people who don't have their family member anymore. We just ask to be treated equally. That's all we're asking. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Finley Staub.
Good morning, MTA Committee. For my public comments this month, I would like to discuss the disabling of YouTube comments on featured videos that you post to your YouTube channel. In the comment section of your YouTube videos that the MTA posts, I often see messages of hate. I feel as though that the comment section of your YouTube videos is highly unnecessary. By doing this would help get rid of the unnecessary hate that is posted in the comment section of your YouTube video. From this, I would like to make a request to the MTA to please permanently disable the use of YouTube comments on all future videos that the MTA posts to their YouTube channel. Please take this in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Finley. Our next speaker is Edward Cusano.
Good afternoon. My name is Ed Cusano. I'm an executive board member of the Amalgamated Transit Union, Local 1181. I'm going to submit this statement on behalf of the ATU Local 726, 1056, 1179, and obviously 1181. Together, our locals respectively represent approximately 4,500 bus operators, maintainers, cleaners, and dispatchers, operating at various depots in Queens, Brooklyn, and in Staten Island. We perform exactly the same work as our brothers and sisters who operate in these titles in Brooklyn, Queens, Manhattan, Bronx, and who are also represented by the Transit Workers Union Local 100. Although many of us were working for the Transit Authority on 9/11 and during Hurricane Sandy, our work during this past 3 months has been significantly more stressful, difficult, and dangerous than anything any of us have ever experienced. Far too many of our members have died or become seriously ill because they showed up for work when most of the city was sheltering in their homes. And it is clear that the danger and stress of operating the bus system in order to bring the city back to its life is far from over. We have been shocked and dismayed to learn that the Transit Authority is currently planning to resume front boarding on the buses in the near future without having made any plans that have been approved by the health and safety experts to protect our members or the riding public from contracting COVID-19 while riding the bus. Not only will the dividers separate the operators be removed and not replaced with any effective barriers, the Transit Authority has announced that it will not do anything to limit crowding on the buses or even enforce the riding public to wear face masks. We urge you, all of these unions together urge you to put something in place that safely protects the operators of these buses and the riding public. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Tom.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to confirm the attendance of 2 of our commissioners. Commissioner Mahaltis, have you logged in now? Commissioner
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
I'm here.
And just to confirm, and I apologize if you were here earlier, Commissioner Cortez Vasquez, are you here?
I am.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for joining our virtual June board meeting this morning. First, I'd like to begin by welcoming our newest members of the MTA board to their first meeting. Commissioners Jamie Barbas, Frank Borelli, Victor Calise, Lorraine Cortez Vasquez, and Michael Fleischer. You are joining us, as you know, at a particularly unique and challenging time in the MTA's history, and we look forward to your insights and contributions. Thank you for agreeing to serve the MTA and our customers. And as we welcome our new board members, I also want to acknowledge Dr. Susan Metzger, who is joining us today for her last MTA board meeting. Dr. Metzger will be leaving the board on July 15th after 15 years of dedicated service. In that time, she has chaired several committees, including the Metro-North Railroad and Diversity Committees, and has been a key member of the Transit, CPOC, Corporate Governance, Safety, and Security Committees. Dr. Metzger has worked tirelessly to help guide the agency on critical projects, especially in overseeing positive train control implementation across both railroads. She has also long been a champion of the MTA's Department of Diversity and Civil Rights, working closely with Chief Diversity Officer Michael Gardner. Over 10 years ago, the MTA began building what is now the most successful MWDBE program in the nation, which the governor and legislature enacted as the MTA Small Business Development Program in state law. Governor Cuomo recently extended the program for the next 10 years. Dr. Metzger's support of this and other MWBE programs at the agency has been critical to the MTA's success in these areas and created significant economic opportunity for the communities that we serve as a result. We thank you for your thoughtful insights and wisdom during your time on the board, Dr. Metzger, and wish you well in your next chapters. In our last few meetings, we've taken a moment of silence to acknowledge members of the MTA family who passed away from coronavirus, and we will continue that observance today. We all grieve and mourn each loss. I ask that we now all take a moment to honor those who have passed in the last month with the reading of their names. Sarah.
Thank you. Alan Walker, Navi Lakia, Maxim Ganapolsky, Gravny Severin, Lafayette Terrell, Mark Davis, Janetta Riley.
Craig, please recognize the members of New York City Transit and MTA bus family that we have lost.
Thank you. It is with great sorrow that we honor our colleagues, and our thoughts are with their families and loved ones. This morning, I would like to recognize the passing of a member of our bus family, Lawrence Newenkirk.
Kathy, please recognize the Metro-North Railroad employee who we have lost.
From Metro-North, we extend our greatest sympathies to the family of Orestes Torres.
I now ask all of you to please join us in a moment of silence as we reflect on their service and sacrifice. Thank you. We will never forget the dedication, service, and contributions of these brave men and women. These last few months have undoubtedly been the toughest in MTA history as we've navigated an unprecedented public health crisis, and the city and state hit pause on life as we knew it. But throughout it all, the hardworking women and men of the MTA kept this region moving for the essential workers and first responders during the height of the crisis, and now as we welcome back more and more customers as the region reopens. We marked a major milestone at the MTA and the city itself this week with 2 million subway and bus customers returning to our system. On Monday, subway ridership rose to nearly 1 million customers, roughly 19% of ridership compared to this time last year. On buses, we served more than 1 million riders on day one of phase 2, approximately 48% of our normal ridership. These numbers are right around where we expected to be for subways, but bus ridership has certainly exceeded expectations. That more people are coming back to our system sooner is a note of optimism for New York as we start to return to a new normal. But to be clear, on a normal day pre-pandemic, approximately 7.6 million customers would ride on subways and buses. Protecting the health and safety of our customers and employees will continue to be at the core of everything we do, as it has been all along. Research and reports from around the world suggest that high rates of wearing face coverings or masks are critical in minimizing risk of transmission. On our system, wearing a mask or face covering continues to be mandatory, per the governor's executive order, which has the force of state law. And we're glad to see almost all our customers doing their part. Our surveys show that 95% of customers are wearing masks when riding with us. If you forgot yours, you can stop by a station agent in the subway and pick one up. We'll continue to remind you of this critical practice, along with other recommended public health practices, with reminders to frequently wash your hands or use the hand sanitizer in our stations, mind the decals throughout the system, and if you're sick, please stay home. Tremendous credit and thanks to Sarah Feinberg, Sally Labrera, Craig Cipriano, and their teams at Subways and Buses, who have done a fantastic job during the city's reopening, and a truly amazing job throughout the entire pandemic. Huge credit to Sarah Meyer, Joe Chan, and their team for their creative messaging campaigns. I also want to commend Phil Ng and Kathy Rinaldi and their teams for their excellent work. Long Island Railroad and Metro-North have been increasing service to meet growing ridership as the Long Island and Westchester Hudson Valley regions continue to progress through reopening, and ensuring a safe return for all our railroad customers. On Monday, Long Island Railroad served 16% of our pre-pandemic ridership, and Metro-North approximately 13%. None of this would have been possible without the hard work and dedication of our incredible workforce, the heroes, moving heroes of this crisis. They not only continue to keep this region moving, but keep the system clean and safe. This requires an ongoing Herculean effort, in the words of Governor Cuomo, by our workers. Our 472 subway stations have been disinfected over 94,000 times. Subway cars have been disinfected nearly 500,000 times. Buses more than 250,000 times. And accessoride vehicles more than 131 times. And the hard work of our employees has been a tangible impact for our customers. In a recent survey, 70% of subway customers surveyed said the system looks cleaner than ever. Our railroad team is also working tirelessly on this front. Long Island Railroad stations have been cleaned more than 26,000 times to date, and Long Island Railroad train cars more than 75,900 times during that period. And Metro-North stations have been cleaned more than 26,000 times, while Metro-North train cars have been cleaned nearly 40,000 times. Additionally, our innovative pilot testing the use of ultraviolet C light for disinfecting purposes is moving full speed ahead on subways and buses. The MTA is also partnering with the EPA to research the long-term effectiveness of antimicrobials to evaluate whether they can provide protection, eradicating the COVID-19 virus for weeks or even months after application. Validation that these antimicrobial products kill the COVID-19 virus over time would be a game changer as we work to restore public trust in mass transit. And we'll continue to seek new technologies and techniques to help us achieve our goals of ensuring our system is as clean and safe as possible. A big part of that is ensuring that everyone has the right equipment and protection to stay safe, especially face coverings and cleaning supplies for our employees. Since March, the MTA has distributed 3.4 million masks, 5.7 million pairs of gloves, 3.3 million sanitizing wipes, and nearly 40,000 gallons of hand sanitizers to our heroic workforce. And since the start of Phase 1, we've been providing masks, including 2 million masks contributed by the state and the city, and hand sanitizer to customers as well. A word about our finances. While we have spared no expense in our response to COVID-19 to ensuring the health and safety of our customers and employees, we also have to be realistic and acknowledge the shocking financial impact this health crisis has had, as our fare and toll revenues have literally tanked, as ridership declined to unimaginable lows, and as our dedicated taxes and subsidies are declining substantially, as the general economy is mired in uncertainty created by the pandemic. To be clear, this is a four-alarm fire. We are facing the most acute financial crisis in the history of the MTA. Our CFO, Bob Foran, will provide a more comprehensive update in a moment, but I want to be crystal clear up front. Our COVID response efforts, while critical, also come at a high cost, and the economic damage to our finances is enormous. Total COVID-related losses so far this year represent a decline of fully 45% of our 2020 adopted budget revenues. The deficits we face in 2020 and next year, 2021, are without precedent in the history of the MTA. We've faced large deficits before and made changes to the organization to become more efficient or reduce expenses in order to balance the budget. But this situation is dramatically and entirely different. This projected deficit is orders of magnitude greater than any financial crisis the MTA has ever faced. We cannot cut our way out of this crisis. Without additional federal funding, our options are limited, and none of them are good. We're going to feel the impacts of this crisis for many, many years to come. A word about federal funding. The situation I've described is why we continue to urgently press the Senate, U.S. Senate, to deliver significant additional federal aid to the MTA to offset the dramatic declines in revenue and increased operating expenses we've experienced this year and will experience next year and in the years to come. We are grateful for the funds we received from the CARES Act, and we thank Speaker Pelosi, Minority Leader Schumer, Chair Lowy, Congressman Jeffries, and Congressman Espaillat for their support in securing this critical funding. We also thank the U.S. Senate for passing it and President Trump for signing it into law. It's made all the difference these past months. I also want to thank John Samuelson, Tony Utano, Anthony Simon, Bill DiCarlo, and all our labor partners who helped us advocate for the importance of transit and helped secure this support. But the CARES bill was signed into law in late March, nearly 3 months ago, before the full impact of the pandemic was clear. The $4 billion from CARES will not be enough to offset our losses, to replace the lost revenues we need just to keep the lights on and this organization running in 2020 and beyond. The New York congressional delegation has again supported our request for another $3.9 billion in federal funding to help the MTA get through the next 6 months. They are working hard to get us funding at that level because we desperately need it. We now call on the United States Senate to act to provide another $3.9 billion in funding to the MTA now to cover the massive deficits we face through December 31st, 2020. New York needs a strong public transportation system to power its economic recovery and that of the country. Well, I also note that New York is also the top donor state in the nation to Washington, D.C., providing $29 billion more in funding than we get back from the federal government. That's annually. We urgently need federal aid to keep service running and protect our historic capital program, which will put New Yorkers back to work and deliver the upgrades needed to bring the MTA into the 21st century. There is no time to waste. We need help, and we need it now. And lastly, I want to take a moment today to recognize what's happening in this city, state, and in the country at this particular moment, as we all reckon yet again with the lasting legacy of systemic racism that remains embedded in the fabric of our nation's daily reality, and as we reflect deeply and honestly about the long and hard work we all need to do to create a more just and equitable society. We recognize that the MTA has a responsibility and role in this moment as one of the largest employers in the region and as the region's mass transit service provider. It is our responsibility to not only affirm our commitment to diversity, inclusion, and equity to all employees, but to reflect deeply and honestly about how we as an agency enact and embrace these values in all that we do. It is our responsibility not only to reflect, but also to take critical, thoughtful, and responsive action to make meaningful change. This includes identifying, confronting, and addressing inequities that may exist within our own organization, to acknowledge our shortcomings in both the past and the present, and to come up with a concrete plan to do better and to get it right. As I said to our employees in a letter last Friday, Juneteenth, we will start this process by hearing from you, our employees, with a series of employee listening and engagement sessions facilitated by the Conference of Minority Transportation Officers, COMTO. We will take your feedback from these listening sessions, supplement it with data, benchmark it against other organizations, and create actionable initiatives that our leadership team will consider for implementation. We are also continuing to explore additional ways to engage our employees, hear from them, and come together to determine the meaningful changes we can make together. I'll now turn it over to Pat Warren, our Chief Safety Officer.
Thank you, Pat. As is always the case, the health and safety of employees and customers is our top priority. To reinforce deterrence against COVID-19 as the New York City metropolitan area reopens, MTA implemented and enhanced multiple safety measures. These measures range from placing decals that promote social distance within our system to messaging New York State requirements for the mandatory wearing of facial coverings. To further support this effort, MTA, together with New York State and New York City, made masks and sanitizer available at every station. As part of this so far, over 1.4 million masks have been distributed, and of course you heard that there are 2 million that were contributed by the state and city. And also thousands of gallons of hand sanitizer have been distributed. This is in addition to the 3.5 million masks and 5.7 million pairs of gloves that have been distributed to our own workforce during the pandemic. MTA further continues risk mitigation efforts against COVID-19, which started earlier in the pandemic, including rear door boarding on buses, cessation of the handling of cash, and disinfecting of rail cars, buses, paratransit vehicles, and stations multiple times daily. At the last board meeting, we highlighted that we were closing the subway from 1 to 5 a.m. daily to enable extensive cleaning and disinfecting of train cars and stations. The fruits of these endeavors are obvious if you ride the subway system, as their level of cleanliness and sanitary conditions are extremely high. Further, we noted that together with New York City, we're using the closings to maximize the connection of those experiencing homelessness with services they need and deserve. The results of these efforts are also striking, with record numbers of homeless accepting some form of services and nearly half, a never-before-seen high percentage, remaining in shelters to date. MTA is not resting in its attempts to identify and implement new products and techniques to protect our employees and customers, many of which were highlighted by Chairman Foy as part of the 13-point return to service safety plan instituted as New York City went into phase 1 of its reopening. We have pilot projects examining the efficacy of ultraviolet light and antimicrobial disinfectants. We are in the throes of testing new HVAC filters, and we are following state requirements for contact tracing to enable the protection of our employees. A few statistics regarding our workforce. In late March and early April, we saw the number of employees quarantined for COVID-19 soar to over 6,000. Today, we have less than 565 in quarantine and continue to observe very low numbers of new cases of COVID-19, only single-digit increases. We have returned nearly 10,000 employees to work that were out sick or quarantined for the virus. These health gains have significantly improved the ability of our essential workforce and can consequently stabilize our essential transportation services. This is exceptionally positive news, given that Long Island Railroad and the Long Island and the Lower Hudson Valley have progressed into phase 3 of their reopening, and New York City is now in phase 2. These observations make us optimistic that our risk mitigation programs, including our disinfecting regimes, as well as requirements for wearing facial coverings and maximizing social distancing, are contributing to the effective deterrence against COVID-19 for both our employees and customers. Chairman, this concludes my report. Thank you.
Commissioner Lin, you had a comment?
I'm off mute.
Yes.
So thanks very much, Pat and Pat, for the presentation. Let me first start by just wishing Susan Metzger the very, very best. She has been an extraordinary colleague, an incredible problem solver, and I know that the board members will miss her very, very much. Second, before I talk about the issue of employee safety, I would like to reiterate, Pat, the suggestion I'm making for a long period of time that I do think there needs to be central discussion. I'm not planning to publicly discuss this, but there needs to be either a separate committee or some way to talk about labor relations and human resources issues. That was especially true during the transformation discussions, but now it's extraordinarily important given the pandemic and the impact on human resources and labor relations and collective bargaining that we heard the public express from the ATU, the Bridge and Tunnel Union, the TSO, and CWA. So I really would like to reiterate that I do believe there should be a separate group that looks at human resources and labor relations issues on the board and can have full and collaborative conversations. On the issue of the police safety, I grieve with my colleagues at the MTA for the terrible loss of 132 MTA employees of COVID-19 during March, April, May, and early June. And I wish the very best for their grieving families. After all this very sad news, it was wonderful to see in the press yesterday, it was reported that for the last 2 weeks, there have been no new MTA employee COVID-19 deaths, which I think is just extraordinarily significant. Also, I've been working with Pat Warren and looking at MTA data that shows some additional wonderful news about employee health and safety. That during the last week, there have been less than one case per day. Over the last 3 weeks, there were 18 total new cases, total over 3 weeks. This should be compared to the extraordinary numbers that during March and early April, there were 7 separate days where 90 or more confirmed cases of COVID-19 per day. And there was one day where the MTA actually had 130 new COVID-19 cases. So really, to put that in the context of less than one per day just shows the extraordinary process, extraordinary success. And while I think the data is clear that MTA employee coronavirus cases during March and April were just as bad as it gets, over the last several weeks, MTA employee COVID record is really about as good as it gets. So we should all praise the MTA employees for their hard work, for the distribution of PPE, the masks, the gloves, the chemicals, the constant cleaning, the innovative hand sanitizer boxes, the state-of-the-art technology to achieve this wonderful turnaround. I think is extraordinary. I've been saying a number of times that as goes the safety of our employees, I believe that ought to be useful and helpful in convincing the public that it is now safe. So we obviously need to continue the rigorous screening, testing, and contact tracing. And I know you're going to speak about the WSP Global Report. I thought it was interesting that they mentioned WMATA, the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority, where they maintain COVID-19 public information dashboard to track the number of employees who have confirmed virus cases and the number of returned to work and the number of them been hospitalized. WMATA made available to the public details, including, this is again in the report that you're about to speak about. WMATA made public the public details, including known location, potential exposure to other contacts, and a cleaning disinfectant process that was used at each location. So whether the type of dashboard makes sense at the MTA or not, let's continue the critical work to keep our employees safe. And most importantly, let's make sure we let the public and our employees and our customers know of the terrific success you've all had in dealing with employee safety. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments? All right, thank you. As you heard and discussed in May, the MTA partnered with WSP USA to develop a similar report for APTA. We partnered with WSP USA to develop a global practices report. based on a comprehensive international review of actions transit agencies can consider to help protect employee and customer health. This report, which was released on Monday, signals our commitment to continuing to innovate at every turn as New York reopens and we recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. We're leaving no stone unturned in our efforts to ensure customer safety. As a follow-up to the Global Practices Report, WSP is currently finalizing a pandemic response review comparing MTA's response to COVID-19 against prevailing public health guidance, which has evolved over time. This review also benchmarks the MTA's actions against pandemic response practices described in the APTA COVID-19 guide. The team will provide a summary of their findings and discuss their review today, while the full document undergoes final language review. WSP previously partnered with APTA and faculty from the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health to develop a transit industry guide, the COVID-19 Pandemic Public Transportation Response, Safeguarding Riders and Employees. That report was issued in April. Joining us today, as in May, are Mike Marino, who's WSP's Managing Director of Transit and Rail Engineering. Mike's an expert on transit and rail and has extensive railroad experience, including working at or with Amtrak, Long Island Railroad, New Jersey Transit, SEPTA, Metro-North, New York City Transit, and retired from the Port Authority as the Director of PATH. He's got a deep knowledge of rail operations in the region. John Gasparin is WSP's Mid-Atlantic Transit and Rail Services Lead. His multidisciplinary background includes a comprehensive understanding of transit operations and public health, and he has coordinated projects with many federal transportation agencies, including the FTA, FHWA, and FRA. John served as the WSP lead on the APTA report issued in April. And Dr. Aisha Rivera is a faculty associate and program director for the Occupational and Environmental Medicine residency at Johns Hopkins School of Public Health. Dr. Rivera's contribution to this presentation is as a consultant for WSP. This arrangement has been reviewed and approved by the Johns Hopkins University in accordance with its conflict of interest policies. And with that, I'll turn it over to WSP.
Thank you, Chairman. Want to confirm that you can hear me and that you can see the screen?
Both, John.
Perfect. So we've prepared a slide deck for you to summarize our work, and as the Chairman mentioned, we have Mike Marino and Dr. Aisha Rivera with us to help answer any questions that you might have following the report. I wanted to first start by providing an overview of the scope of our two main deliverables. The Global Practice Report, as mentioned earlier, looked at what other organizations are doing around the world to help protect the health of their employees and customers. This report also identifies if those practices are aligned with public health guidance at the time that we wrote the report. And I also want to clarify something. The report is not a book of recommendations. The report is a book of what other organizations are doing. And these things can be considered by MTA, subject to a later due diligence review, and I'll speak to that on the next slide. Next, I want to just give you a high-level overview of the pandemic response review. This is looking at MTA's policy-level responses to the COVID-19 pandemic. So this would be the managerial directives from MTA headquarters, and essentially we reviewed whether those directives were aligned with U.S. public health guidance, and as the Chairman mentioned, benchmarked them against the APTA COVID-19 guide. And I'll elaborate on both of these in the subsequent slides. The Global Practice Report incorporated over 120 case studies from around the world in over 30 countries. We leveraged the strength of the fact that we have 500 offices globally, and this allowed us to engage colleagues in these countries that helped us source literature, perform direct interviews, and review international news media sources, often in non-English languages. And so our colleagues helped with translation to English for a number of the practices that are referenced in the report. We also grouped these practices into 8 categories that you can see on the screen. And in case people can't see the screen, I'm just going to quickly read through these categories. The first is screening, testing, contact tracing. The second is physical distancing, followed by indoor air quality, cleaning and disinfection, personal protective equipment, special protocols for vulnerable populations, internal and external communications, and management frameworks. So we group these case studies into these categories. And as I said earlier, these are not recommendations at this stage. These are case studies that need to be considered against a whole host of things, not just U.S. health guidance, but also applicable laws in the U.S. and in New York and the culture of New York. And from a feasibility standpoint, there's also considerations of the technical configuration of MTA's transit system or the age of certain pieces of the transit system. So there's a whole host of things that go into not only considering which case studies are appropriate for MTA, but also the feasibility and also how these should be prioritized. What are the top priorities? The last thing that I want to point out, because these are all important things to bear in mind as you go through the report, is a number of the case studies here could be immediately considered for implementation by MTA, but we've also included a lot of documentation on emerging scientific research that may, at some point in the future, provide MTA and other organizations with additional measures that they can consider to help protect human health. And so we need to kind of separate those things and bear in mind which things can be immediately considered and which require further research. So please bear all of these in mind as you go through the report. It's lengthy. It's detailed. There's a lot of citations at the end. If you'd like to see source documents, wherever possible, we used hyperlinks so that you can get to source documents and see for yourself what we were pulling from. I want to talk a little bit about the pandemic response review. It's substantially complete. And to get through as quickly as possible MTA's policy level responses, we furnished the MTA with a survey instrument. We had over 190 questions in this survey instrument for MTA to answer. And essentially, to some of them, MTA provided written answers. In many cases, MTA provided us with internal and external documents to demonstrate how they've taken certain actions. And something to bear in mind about this survey instrument is it wasn't just based around health guidance. We based the questions around the prevailing health guidance today, in the space of SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19, but we also based the questions around the types of practices that are in the Global Practice Report, so that we can get a sense of whether MTA is already implementing some of these practices or might be considering implementing some of them already. So it was a holistic assessment of what MTA is doing and considering. We summarized the responses provided by MTA into 8 categories in the response review, the same 8 categories that you saw in the Global Practice Report. So that would be screening, testing, contact tracing, physical distancing, etc. We also compared MTA's managerial actions against prevailing public health guidance today, but not just today. As the chairman mentioned, public health guidance has changed over time, sometimes in significant ways. So we've included in the review a milestone timeline of how this pandemic has unfolded, the major milestones, including when public health guidance has changed, and at times where appropriate, we do also compare MTA's actions against the health guidance that was available at the time. Also, as we mentioned earlier, we compared MTA's actions against the practices in the APTA COVID-19 guide and also the timing for when that guide was published. The next couple of slides that we have to show you provide a pretty high-level overview of the findings in each of those 8 categories. I'm going to try to speak to these relatively quickly, and of course, we'll furnish the full report to MTA soon, where the full detail will become available to MTA and the board. So That being said, I want to talk first about management frameworks. One of the first things that became apparent is MTA took some pretty proactive steps. You can see the first one on the screen there, January 27th, 2020. This is before there was even a public health emergency declared in the United States, let alone New York. And so we have evidence of, in early January, MTA taking its first managerial steps, also updating its pandemic response plan to include 6 full pages of the available health guidance at the time on the virus and on the disease, and also early engagement with New York State Health Department. And as the pandemic has unfolded, their managerial response overall has included engagement with scientific experts in academia, including Dr. Brenner, who you may be aware of, that helped them shape their pilot program for use of UV light for disinfecting. And all of these things really stood out as early and proactive steps for approach to the pandemic response. In the area of screening, testing, and contact tracing, MTA formalized an employee screening protocol on March 24th. And MTA has developed a lot of protocol around employee screening. They also made viral testing available to employees at no cost on April 15th. And this was still at a time in the pandemic when it was hard, and in some places it's still hard to get viral testing. So they got priority testing for their employees around April 15th at no cost to them. And contact tracing is managed by the health department. For physical distancing, MTA had implemented a majority of the measures in the APTA COVID-19 guide prior to its publication on April 13th. The remaining strategies in the APTA COVID-19 guide were implemented later. A few were not implemented, conscious decision, as MTA considered trade-offs and priorities with some of those recommendations. Something that I'd like to call out and highlight here for physical distancing, and this might not click for those that are not geared towards transit operations, but MTA instituted processes to transition operators to alternate methods to receive their daily assignments, including the ability to call in or use an app or radio in to get their daily assignments. And what this essentially did is it allowed them to take a moment during daily operations where employees physically gather close together and change their protocol to help disperse them. And I know that there's some transit agencies in the U.S. that are still figuring out ways to do this. That stood out, and so I wanted to highlight it. Indoor air quality is a space where MTA is beginning to research mitigation strategies, and that's okay. This is an area of emerging research in the pandemic. There is some guidance out there from health officials related to this pandemic on indoor air quality, but that guidance is still thin compared to these other categories because it's an emerging area of research. Next, I want to just touch on cleaning and disinfecting. MTA enhanced their cleaning and disinfection program starting on March 3rd, and that's 2 days after the first case of COVID-19 was confirmed in all of New York. It's continued to improve its cleaning and disinfection program. I'm sure that most folks have heard about some of their steps forward in terms of innovation with UV light and investigation on the efficacy of biostats. Something that's worth adding here is, when it comes to UV light and biostats, I've personally come across examples where transit agencies have applied these products hoping that they might make a difference. MTA went beyond that, and we've had the ability to be involved in discussions and understand that they've taken an empirical and scientific approach to evaluating the efficacy of these things, and have been careful to evaluate safety and feasibility before relying on them. So that was worth pointing out. For personal protective equipment, MTA made a pretty bold decision on March 27th. They not only began distributing PPE in general, but this included masks. And this is important because this is around one of the most pivotal points in public health guidance related to this pandemic. It was before the CDC changed their position on general mask usage by the general public, and about a month before the WHO changed their guidance. If you may recall, early in the pandemic, the CDC and health officials around the U.S., I shouldn't just say the CDC, health officials around the U.S. were advising that masks should be reserved for law enforcement and healthcare personnel, and that anybody else shouldn't wear one unless they're sick. And MTA decided on April 27th that they felt the right thing to do was to begin distributing masks to their employees in advance of that change in public guidance, public health guidance. And in this case, they were right. There's been continual emergence of scientific research to demonstrate how important mask usage is for us during this pandemic. For special protocols for vulnerable populations, we observed some responses from MTA that indicated changes to their accessoride paratransit program as early as March 12th. And that's important because we know from public health officials that people of advanced age, those that are immunocompromised, are more vulnerable to the disease, and logically, there's paratransit is built to support people in these categories. So they've taken many steps in the area of paratransit starting on March 12th, and then they also, for their employees on April 14th, instituted a return to work policy to essentially help those employees over 70 or with pre-existing medical conditions have options to consider on if and when they return to work to minimize their risk. For internal and external communications, MTA began system-wide public service announcements on February 9th. This is almost a full month before the first confirmed case of COVID was found in New York. And they began formal communications campaigns to their employees on new safety protocols on March 14th. And communications is important. It's very important because, well, I think we all have experienced this. We've heard the guidance that mask usage, for example, is important, but we all can see on TV or when we leave our home that not everybody wears a mask or wears it properly. And a big part of that is communications. It's convincing people and motivating them to want to do it for their own health. And, candidly, I really personally enjoyed how MTA approached this. I don't know if you've seen their advertisement to encourage mask usage, but it's simple, it's clean, and most importantly, it doesn't matter what language you speak. The imagery helps make it clear to a pretty diverse range of employees and customers the right way and the wrong way to wear a mask. So I don't want to overstate the importance of communications during this pandemic, but I don't want to understate it either. So on to some conclusions. We've been presented with a lot of evidence from MTA that they took early, proactive, and decisive action to help reduce the risk of COVID-19 to their employees and riders. We've talked about a lot of them on the previous slides, including early distribution of face masks to employees prior to CDC changing their position on that issue, and then also implementing the majority of practices in the COVID-19 guide from APTA prior to its publication. Thus far, as we're going through the pandemic response review, it appears that MTA is consistent with prevailing U.S. health guidance. And as the chairman mentioned, we are wrapping that up as soon as possible with final language. Can MTA do more? Absolutely. And this goes for just about every organization in the world right now. We're still learning more every day from the scientific community on the virus and on the disease. And this is one of the first areas where MTA can continue to draw input for additional practices. Another is considerations from the Global Practice Report that we just talked about. Understanding the due diligence that needs to go in it. Input from MTA employees and riders is going to be huge. These stakeholders are going to provide critical advice on which priority actions are going to bring ridership back the fastest. And, there is no limit to partnerships with health officials. I can say that I've seen evidence presented by MTA that they've done more partnering with the state health organization than other transit agencies around the U.S., but there is no limit to the amount of partnering that can be done. It requires the best of our knowledge in the scientific community combined with the best of our knowledge in the transit industry in order to make the transit system as safe as possible. The next bullet here is an opinion and operating theory of the WSP team. It's around the concept of the most likely method, the most likely pathway of people getting sick during this pandemic. For purposes of shorthand conversation here, I'm going to call it respiratory transmission. It doesn't matter what part of the world you're in. Health experts around the world agree that the most likely way to get sick is an infected person talks, sneezes, or coughs, produces these respiratory droplets that are infectious, and then they land in another person's nose, mouth, or are inhaled into another person's lungs. That's the pathway that scientific experts agree is the most likely way that people will get sick. And strategically, if we think about how we prioritize additional measures to protect human health, it should be around this pathway, around the most likely pathway that people will get sick. And it's not to de-emphasize anything else that a transit agency might be doing right now, but as we consider the new measures, right? Another thing to consider is when we think about additional measures, to consider them in the context of the hierarchy of controls. And this might be a new term of art for some people in the audience. You can Google it. Hierarchy of controls is a framework for controlling disease that's used by all kinds of scientific organizations, and it's often misunderstood. If you're Googling it right now, you might pull it up and do not interpret it to mean which types of measures are more important or less important to do. That is not what the hierarchy tells you. It tells you which are more effective and which are least effective, and that's something different. And you'll notice on the hierarchy of controls that at the bottom of that pyramid is PPE, and we know a lot about what PPE can do to help protect people, and we should not stop doing that. What we're striving for is to innovate in the areas of administrative and engineering controls in this hierarchy. We can consider this hierarchy of controls as we consider prioritizing future actions for MTA and also in conjunction with the due diligence review that we discussed. And again, just to close out, not to understate or overstate, but there's a critical importance with additional practices that we continue to have thoughtful and sustained communications to riders, employees, where we persuade them and motivate them to do their part to make the safety outcomes successful here. So with that, we've concluded our slide deck presentation, and our team is ready to answer any questions that you might have.
So, John, it's Pat Foy. Let me start with my question, which is, I noted before that the final document is undergoing final language review. Is it safe to say that the final document will be consistent with the conclusions and briefing that you just gave the board?
Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from board members?
I got one, Pat.
Norman.
Yeah, in the final report, did you I mean, I went over your report as closely as I could, giving my my poor attention span. But I didn't see anything in there that referred to international best practices of removing cash from the system, either on the or in exchange. My friends in France tell me that they can still use cash at the booths in Paris, and is this a thing where you guys is it going to be covered in the ultimate plan, or is it something that nobody really considers? Since you can use cash at a bodega, cash at a bank, is there any safety element to our seems to be unique position of purging cash from the system?
It's a really good question. There are certainly safety implications when we consider fair collection and cash transactions. There's both, physical distancing considerations, and there's also, multiple people touching a surface, right? We made a categorical decision at the outset of the Global Practice Report to not bring in case studies that were repetitious of the practices in the APTA COVID-19 guide. We felt that might detract from the types of practices and recommendations already commonly in play in the transit industry. The APTA guide did have recommendations to suspend or put practices around how you can achieve better physical distancing and reduce touching of common surfaces with fair collection. That being said, this does not discount, as you pointed out, the importance of considering this, right, as part of the broader program to manage safety in the transit system. And there is no single answer here, right? There's a series of trade-offs, as with most things, that agencies must consider, including and not limited to that our transit agencies are meant to be serving all kinds of populations in the urban environment, including those that might be unbanked. And so there's a series of trade-offs here on being equitable, on accessibility, and also safety. And this is also a great, example to point out what goes into how we consider the case studies that are in the Global Practice Report and the type of considerations that need to go into a decision on if and how high of a priority, one of these case studies should be on the scale for implementation.
Thank you, John. Any other questions?
So
can I chime in?
Go ahead. I had a follow-up, but go ahead. Your question.
No, Norm, you first.
Well, first of all, thank you for mentioning that I don't want to refer to them as vulnerable populations, but the population that does not have access to credit card and how important they are both to our ridership and both to our equity in the system. And that removing cash from the system does work a lot harder on that particular community. Now, with regards to part of what you made and statement you made, and I applaud your empirical scientific approach. But as we go to compare the relative safety of cash transactions, you also have to. I encourage you, and I assume you will. You seem very thorough into to cover what you're replacing the cash transaction with, which is a interaction which does demand that the conductor or any other personnel from this MTA, it does demand that they have a close physical interaction to including a surface transmission. They fill out a little report and they put their, I assume they put their germs on it. Maybe you should carry around gloves and when do this sort of exchange. that cash can be handled safely, and this was maybe perhaps something that at one point in the recovery from the coronavirus was a serious problem, that now is not the bigger safety problem is for the vulnerable populations and the position we're putting them in. And in addition, the additional safety issue, the social issue, is that in the event when people do not have the cash and my position is that you're not or don't have a credit card, which is a lot of people, that you're putting those people in a position of forcing an interaction with authority figures, that a policeman or a conductor or other MTA personnel that they would otherwise not have to go through. And these seem to be the thing when people talk about police reform, and I think it's an overused phrase with very definition. One of those elements is decreasing those opportunities for interaction. And this would seem to be one where if you just took the cash, you can solve problems. That's about all I have to say on it. If you can divine a follow-up question that somewhat speechified, I did apologetically, then go ahead and answer me.
I would just say I think these are all great points, and there's probably a number of ways to successfully address the concerns that were stated, and also a number of ways to probably do it poorly. I think it's definitely a conversation that's worth having, and we've already been asked by MTA to help them look at this very question. And at this stage, I can't say that we have much more to report out other than the things that would factor into the dialogue.
Commissioner Tessitore, it's Pat Foy. Let me go first before you do. I just want to address the issue of the unbanked or those without credit cards. It is a fact that today on subways, buses, Long Island Railroad, and Metro North, and will be the case when Omni is put in place, that customers who choose to pay with cash will be able to do that. They can do that today with, for instance, a MetroCard vending machine. They'll be able to do it with Omni, including a robust retail network outside the transit system that is being created and will include grocery stores, drugstores, and bodegas. So the public health issue is a serious one. As John suggested, we are not alone in banning cash or restricting cash during the pandemic. Other transit agencies around the country have followed us on that. But both today and the Omni system, which will be rolled out to all subway stations by the end of the year and all buses by the end of the year as well, cash will always be able to be used by a customer who chooses to do that. Vinny.
Yes, so I'm just going to simply add to what Norman says, because he touched base on all the points. All I can say is this, being very close to the craft. Currently, right now, by not accepting cash on board our trains, at least on Long Island, and I would absolutely assume it would be the same on Metro North, what is happening is the interactions between customers and crew members is becoming longer because of the debate about not accepting cash, when we can simply accept the cash and move on very quickly. We are still interacting with customers with the use of credit cards. We're billing customers that don't have the means for credit card or don't choose to use a credit card, which now is causing us to interact with driver's licenses and further communication and dialogue about the billing process. We are there's a certain rise, even with a low ridership right now, in police interaction with these situations, because they inevitably turn into a dispute. Something that shouldn't be a dispute is turning into a dispute. Listen, the safety of our crew members is more important to me than anybody in this room, I assure you, as a representative of labor and coming from the craft. But we always took on that responsibility to take cash on board our trains as a service, to do it safely and responsibly, and not discriminate against anybody that still chooses to use the cash. I understand, Pat, that there will be the means for cash in other venues, but onboard cash is an important part of the equation. And quite honestly, our financial position should certainly help us in that decision, because we should not continue to take on, further debt and not take on the resources that we need. So all I would simply say is, when we make these decisions, always prioritizing safety. Onboard cash should be part of the equation.
Thank you, Vinny.
Pat, this is Victor Calisi.
Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. So I noticed that vulnerable populations, and you included people with disabilities. Thank you for recognizing that. But I also want to point out that it does address paratransit, and there are certainly some good things that are happening with transit, with no shared rides and cleaning everything. But I want to point out that many people with disabilities are in mass transit, so they take mass transit, so that should certainly be considered, because everyone thinks that some people with disabilities only use paratransit, so that's not the case. And in communications, they also need to be accessible, targeting people with disabilities, ensuring that the color contrast is there and it's accessible, and even for people with cognitive disabilities, certainly putting out information that's video specific. So I just want to point that out, and hopefully the report could reflect that. Thanks so much.
Absolutely, and I would just like to respond real quick to that, if I may. Completely agree with everything that you said. I hope we addressed that properly in the global practice report. I think we certainly attempted to. We have a pretty broad description of what we consider vulnerable populations in the global practice report based on our research. And no doubt, practices and special protocols for vulnerable populations need to be considered on the fixed route system, and we will be sure to make sure that we reflect this as best as possible in our review of MTA's pandemic response.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, John. I'm now going to turn to Bob Foran, our Chief Financial Officer, for his report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I start, let me give just an overview of our budgeting financial planning process for some of our new board members. We start with the February plan, which is the current year's budget. It also has a financial projection for the next 3 years. So this financial plan, it was 21, 22, and 2023. In July, at the board meeting, we'll present the July plan, which will update our 2020 results and the budget for the balance of the year, and also have a financial projection for 20, 22, 23, and 24. But the real key is it will include a preliminary proposed budget for 2021. Then in November, we will present the November plan, which will have a final proposed budget for 2021 and a 3-year financial projection, 22, 23, and 24. In December, the board will vote to adopt a final proposed budget, which will then be reflected in the next year's February plan. But because we're approaching the July plan, the chairman thought it would be very important for us to give you an update this month about some of the things that you'll see and some of the decisions that you're going to have to start considering. So let's go to the first slide. While the February plan projected surpluses in 2020 and 2021, COVID-19 has and is expected to further severely impact MTA's financing. The top line there, we show the total operating expenses and debt service from our adopted budget. The budget is $17 billion in 2020 and $17.4 billion in 2021, for a 2-year total budget of $34.5 billion. Now, McKinsey gave us estimates on what they thought the COVID-19 losses would be for fare and toll revenues, for subsidies, and then the additional expenses that they thought we would incur. In total, for 2020, it's a $7.75 billion loss. 2021, a $6.6 billion loss, for a total of $14.3 billion. Now, the important point is, what are those losses compared to the operating budget numbers that you saw at the top of the page? 2020 it's a 45% impact. 2021, a 38% impact. And over the 2-year period, a 41% impact. Now, we have received federal CARES Act money. In total, we will receive $4 billion. So in 2020, we're looking at a remaining loss of $3.75 billion, or 22% of our operating budget, still the budget gap. In 2021, we're not expecting any money right now from the CARES Act because it's not in there. So that would be $6.6 billion loss, or 38%. So for a total of the 2 years, we're projecting right now a $10.3 billion gap, or almost 30% of our budget. So the MTA needs additional federal funding to cover the remaining operating losses in 2020, and the chairman has mentioned the $3.9 million we've asked for. However, a $6.6 billion gap would still remain for 2021. Next slide. So we have requested an additional $3.9 billion in federal funding. Now, the Health and Economic Recovery Omnibus Emergency Solution Act, the HEROES Act, passed by the U.S. House of Representatives on May 15, 2020. Among its many responses to the COVID-19 pandemic, the HEROES Act would provide the $3.9 billion that we're looking for. 3.9 would cover the remaining estimate of our loss in 2020. The Senate hasn't acted on the HEROES Act as of now, and the administration has not indicated the president's stance on the bill. As I mentioned, however, there are no provisions in the HEROES Act either to assist with continued losses anticipated in 2021, which will be estimated at $6.6 billion. The next. So we have a multi-year problem, and that's going to require a long-term solution. Transit providers across the nation and across the world are being faced with similar situations, and they're having to make difficult decisions to balance their budget and continue operations. Now, given the uncertainty around additional federal aid and its timing if we do receive it, MTA has various liquidity resources such as lines of credit, PAYGO funds, OPEB trust, that's the other post-employment benefit trust, deferral of federal payroll taxes as allowed now under the CARES Act, and the Federal Reserve Bank's municipal liquidity facility to deal with immediate funding needs. However, these funds only provide a temporary funding bridge to a permanent solution. And these funds must be repaid or replaced. So, absent additional federal aid in 2020 and 2021, what alternatives does the MTA have? Well, frankly, all options have to be on the table. And that could include wage freezes, reduced or delayed 2020 to 2024 capital program, and a key there, the legislature gave us in the budget bill, they gave us the ability to use for operating purposes the capital lockbox monies this year and next year that were available for the 20 to 24 capital program, and that's about $950 million. So if we use that for operations, it's not going to be available for the capital program, and it will mean we will delay a portion of the 20 to 24 program. We have the ability to do non-personnel expense reductions, though I have to say that's a smaller piece of our budget. It's about 22% or 3.9, and it does include things like electricity, fuel, materials and supplies, paratransit claims, but it does have contracts in there, operating and maintenance contracts and professional services contracts. So again, we will continue to look through those areas for savings, but it is not the biggest portion of our budget. A reduction in force has to be considered as an option. Fare and toll increases, service reductions, and long-term deficit financing. Though I have to say we don't have the money to support a long-term deficit financing. So we'd have to create margin, room within our budget to pay at least the interest for a period of time and then the full repayment of these bonds. So really what you're going to be considering is a combination of these items here. Now, the board has faced financial emergencies before. During the financial crisis of 2008 and the ensuing Great Recession, our finances were dramatically affected. Between 2007 and 2009, our dedicated tax revenues fell by $1.4 billion, primarily real estate-related taxes. We lost revenues in 2008 and 2009 of $2.1 billion in aggregate, or 9.3% of our total two-year budget. The board voted to reduce operating expenses by 10% at that time, including service reductions, and implement a 23% fare and toll increase. In response, a rescue plan was implemented by Albany to cover the deficits. The payroll mobility tax, or PMT, and MTA aid, which were new fees on rental cars, taxis, driver's permits, and such, were enacted. The board then voted to rescind the 23% fare toll increase and the planned service reductions. However, the new PMT and MTA aid brought in less revenues than forecast, and the real estate and other taxes didn't rebound. So in response, the MTA raised fares and tolls by 10% in 2009, with planned biennial increases of 7.5% in 2011 and 2013. It increased its cost-cutting efforts, $200 million in 2010, and it implemented service cuts of $110 million annualized and a reduction in force, $100 million annualized. The board responded to its most significant financial challenge up until then and made the difficult decisions. COVID-19 has created a financial loss of unprecedented magnitude. 41% of our total 2020 to 2021 budget versus 9% of the 2008-2009 total budget in the Great Recession. Facing a $10.3 billion loss through 2021, absent additional federal assistance, the board will again have to make difficult decisions. Mr. Chairman, that concludes.
Thank you, Bob. Questions for Bob?
Mr. Chairman. Pat?
Denny? Larry, I'm sorry. Larry.
Yes, thank you. Look, obviously, information provided by Bob is disturbing, to say the least. I don't think in the history of the MTA it's seen anything close to the magnitude of what, from a financial perspective, the MTA is facing. It doesn't even compare to the problems that Bob just alluded to back in 2008, 2009, or at any other probably time in the history of the MTA when New York City and New York State had fiscal crisis. And obviously, if the federal government doesn't come through with additional federal aid, the magnitude of this problem is just that much worse. And whatever decisions the board is going to need to make, they're going to be very painful and difficult decisions. There's no easy choices here. With that being said, as chair of the Finance Committee, and I'll speak for the Finance Committee, the whole board, individual members can speak for themselves. I think it's very important that leading up to the July meeting, if that's when we're going to need to start making tough or difficult decisions, because you cannot put this off indefinitely. Because again, we're looking at a two-year problem. We're not looking at a 2020 problem. Whatever decisions also we make in 2020, they will impact the decisions we have to make when we adopt the 2021 operating budget. So we have to be very smart regarding the decisions of 2020, because we're either going to solve some of our 2021 problems or make those and more difficult. And kicking the can down the road, I'm not sure is going to be a smart strategy. What I'm going to suggest is that Bob and his staff and whatever I need to do and the Finance Committee board members need to do, we need to start getting data information now leading up far prior to the next board meeting. I mean, one of the suggestions I'm going to make is that the MTA start breaking things down in various categories on what is essential and what is deemed non-essential. define essential, define what is non-essential, so that in the event, and look, I'm not advocating anything right now, so I'm not advocating terminating anyone, laying anyone off, furloughing anyone. I'm here to advocate service reductions or anything else, right? What I'm advocating for is we need a lot of information, and we need to squeeze every ounce of juice out of the orange regarding non-essential items before we look at the essential category. So, employees, who's essential, who's non-essential. Services, what's essential, what's non-essential. Capital, is any of it essential, what it's non-essential. We have to look at eliminating all overtime in 20 and 21, unless it's for emergency purposes or it falls in an essential category. We need to look for other efficiencies. I know over the last 3 or 4 years, the MTA has worked on coming up with savings for each one of our operating budgets. I clearly believe there is still significant waste in the agency as a whole, and I would ask and task each of our 4 agency presidents to come up with an efficiency plan or a waste reduction plan on how to come up with additional savings. And we need to get started on this now, and we have to have it way in advance of a July meeting because, I don't think we can borrow our way out of this problem. It's going to be, and we can't increase the fares where nobody can afford to ride the subway or a bus or a commuter rail or pay for the parking to get to the commuter rail. It's going to end up being a combination of things. And all those things are going to be tough and hard to implement and approve. But in the meantime, we have to bring our consulting costs down to bare bones, if not to zero. We have to look at all non-essential areas and items and either eliminate it all, freeze it all, create it down to a bare bones thing, because some of the other options that are out there are far more painful and far more drastic. And I don't think, as a board member, I again speak for myself, I don't think we can justify in good conscience some of the decisions we're going to have to make unless we've proven to ourselves as well as to the ridership and the general public that we have really eliminated or frozen every really non-essential item in the MTA's budget.
So, Larry, completely agree. The deficits we face in 2020 and 2021, as Bob said, are unprecedented in MTA history. The MTA's faced tough times before, deficits, but never the dollar amount or the percentage of the budget that Bob just described. Completely agree, secondly, that everything has to be on the table, and that before service cuts or reductions in force are contemplated, everything else has to be pursued, and we have to make tough decisions, and we will get to the Finance Committee and the board information on all of these options prior to the July meeting. Any other comments?
Question, Pat.
Andrew.
It's Andrew.
Yes.
So I guess this question is for Bob. The predictions and the deficits that you're possibly saying will occur for the rest of 2020 and into 2021, these presuppose a certain level of ridership, toll, and dedicated taxes not coming back, or these are the case even if ridership picked up precipitously, and by the end of 2020, we had close to our usual ridership.
What this projects is the midpoint between two scenarios that McKinsey went through. One was a delayed recovery, and the delayed recovery also included a resurgence of COVID-19 in the fall of this year. The other had a quicker recovery and a smaller resurgence effect at that time. So we're just trying to take the midpoint between the two. So in a sense, it could be better or it could be worse if all of those assumptions fall into place. But that's what it does reflect, is the midpoint.
Anybody else? Commissioner Calise.
Thank you, Pat. This is Victor Calisi. Being a rookie board member here and hearing what Larry and the chairman have to say about some tough decisions, pretty tough. But I just want to point out that if we do reduce delay, as the second bullet suggests, we have to really, we can't start by reducing accessibility and any reductions and delays, and they have to be looked at very carefully so they don't disproportionately affect accessibility. So happy to be working on this and some tough decisions here.
Absolutely. Jamie?
I have one question. Yes, will the McKinsey report be updated on current data? I know they have several scenarios. We're going on our best judgment to midpoint, but do they recalibrate with current data? Because every week or month we are getting new data. And I wonder when their next remit is to look at that.
Yeah, McKinsey wasn't engaged to have an ongoing, review of this. They basically helped us set up a model to kind of look at it, and they fixed a place and time. And so what we're doing is we're continuing to monitor both what our ridership is showing, and thus far we seem to be on the ridership trend that McKinsey had based it upon. We might be slightly ahead we are slightly ahead on the bus side because we are seeing significant ridership improvements, free ridership, mind you, but improvements of ridership. And then we'll continue to monitor what's happening just in the general economy on how that affects our dedicated taxes. And we'll be seeing what happens elsewhere in the state. We'll work with the State Division of Budget. We work with the city's Division of Budget to go through and see how their forecast. So we will be able to kind of, adjust the forecast as it happens, and that's what we plan on doing. And again, as we get closer toward the end of the year, we'll have a better sense of what the 2021 projections will be. So we may hopefully have a very different preliminary budget projection in the July plan than we do in the final budget proposal in the November plan.
Exactly. Thank you.
Anybody else before we move on?
Yes, Pat.
Kevin.
If we're looking at this as at least a 2-year problem, we secured $3.9 billion already from the feds. We have $3.9 in the House version of the HEROES Act, trying to work through the Senate. Why aren't we asking for more? Especially as the $29 billion that New Yorkers give to the federal government, more than we get back. The entirety of that $29 billion comes from the MTA region. And so why aren't we asking for more, or are we?
Yeah, Kevin, we will be looking for additional. Right now, our focus is on the $3.9 billion to get us through 2020, the immediate deficit and the immediate financial crisis. As Bob has described, the challenge in 2021 is going to be in the $6 to $7 billion area, and we will be going back to the federal government for additional money. I suspect we will not be alone in making those requests.
Thank you, Pat.
You're welcome.
Pat, it's Bob Lynn.
Bob.
Just a couple of them. Since it says, as Kevin points out, this is at least a 24-month process. I'd like to go back to how we're going to look at it, because there are so many moving parts. There's what the federal government's going to do, what will be the impact of elections in November. Clearly, as you say, Pat, we're not alone. Everybody are looking at bottom lines and economic issues just like this. So I think it's going to require an incredibly strategic and constant re-looking and re-examining what we're doing and how we're doing it. So I really would like to impress that the board needs to be actively involved in this. I really always have this fear that we will see something on July 22nd and told to vote on it on the 24th, that we need to be involved on a weekly basis in terms of how we're looking at it, what we're doing, what the thinking is. It's going to be an iterative process, I assume, where you have ideas, the board has ideas, and it goes back and forth, and we continue to develop them.
We will, Bob, we will keep the board, the Finance Committee, and the General Board apprised as we go forward, both before the July meeting and the rest of the year.
Yeah, Pat, this is David Jones. Almost a follow-up to that.
Yeah.
Have you considered that we should break tradition and have an August meeting?
Commissioner, we broke tradition last year, and we will consider it again. If the August meeting
I think
is...
given the nature of what's
Yeah.
going on here, we should be on top of this as a board as well.
Agreed. We broke tradition last year. We may do so again. Anybody else? Good. I'm going to call on Jano to report on MTA construction and development.
Thanks, Chairman and members of the board. I'm actually going to report on the consequences for the capital program of the financial situation that Bob has described. In January and February of this year, as many of you will remember, not the new members of the board, but at that time, after the adoption of the historic and ambitious $50+ billion capital program, I detailed for you a quarter-by-quarter plan to commit $13.5 billion this year to capital program work, all of which was urgent. And it included both projects in the 2015 to 19 capital program, as well as the newly adopted 2020 to 2024 capital program. But because of the COVID pause, we've only awarded $2.3 billion so far for this year, and really at this point we're without a clear path to move forward on much of the balance. The 20 to 24 program, as well as a great deal of the remaining 15 to 19 work, is essentially on hold. There have been some projects that we were able to accelerate, primarily because they were well underway, and with the low ridership situation, we were able to identify opportunities to get more access to work areas and extended outages. But those are, frankly, exceptions. At this point, a number of our flagship projects, and Commissioner Calise mentioned ADA accessibility. That is among them. Our flagship programs in the capital program are being delayed. The ADA accessibility initiative, right after the new year, when the new program was adopted, immediately, the first business day, we began the procurement of 23 stations to be made ADA accessible. That initiative, which was well along in procurement before the COVID crisis hit, that is on hold. The high priority state of good repair work, like replacements of elevator and escalator equipment around the system, is on hold. Infrastructure and station improvements throughout the Flushing line, which included major structural work and 7 station upgrades, on hold. And even the design work, which we were trying to, because it's inexpensive, we were trying to keep it slowly moving forward so we would have more work ready to go when the crisis abated. That too we've had to place on hold. The simple fact is that the capital program of the MTA is frozen because of uncertainty about how much money is going to be available. The chairman described our efforts in DC, which I have been spending some of my time on, and the question, I just have to respond, I'm going to skip over that, but I will say in response to Commissioner Law's question, in addition to the HEROES Act, which is meant to, which has in it, to the credit of the House of Representatives, and especially outgoing Appropriations Chair Nita Lowey, which does have provision in it for the $3.9 billion, and for the first time in some time has a formula which does not shortchange New York. But in addition to that, we are fighting for an appropriations bill which will govern future-going transportation investment by the Congress in years to come. We're fighting for that to have formulas which reverse the historic reduction of New York's share, which has been going on since Senator Moynihan enacted the ICE-T bill in 1991. And after 4 reductions in share by, not coincidentally, Republican houses, we're very much hoping that a Democratic House will turn in the other direction and increase instead of decreasing New York's share, which unfortunately is the direction of the House bill so far. But we are fighting for this in a background of true bipartisanship in New York on behalf of the MTA's capital needs. Senator Schumer has been very vocal. He participated in a Riders Alliance webinar last week where he stated, or he was reported to state, that no further COVID relief bill will pass the Congress without adequate money for mass transit and particularly for the MTA. That was a very strong statement. But equally important, a couple of weeks ago, 18 of the most prominent New York State Republican elected officials signed a letter to Senate Leader Mitch McConnell arguing that the HEROES Act and any COVID relief bill must include adequate money for the MTA. This is truly a bipartisan issue, and it ought to be, because we're talking about existential issue for the MTA, as Bob Foran has made clear. If we don't get HEROES funding or something similar pretty soon, we are moving closer and closer to a fiscal cliff for the MTA capital program. And we know what that means because we've experienced it in 2009, as Bob talked about, during the last financial crisis, which was much less severe. The capital budget got cut dramatically, and we know what happened, which is that in the decade that followed, service eroded. Those momentary cuts in investment, especially in an old system that needs state of good repair investment, have dramatic long-term consequences, and we felt it, as many board members recall, even just a few years ago. Service gets unreliable, things break down, and our customers feel the consequences. If our leaders in Washington fail to act, the historic MTA capital program that this board adopted less than a year ago, and which was enacted with so much effort and so much leadership by the governor and the state legislature, is at major risk. And I just needed everybody to understand how serious that situation is and how we are experiencing it already.
Yeah, the one thing I would add to Jano's comments, which I endorse completely, is that Republican-leaning business leaders and real estate leaders in the New York area have also weighed in. We continue to stay in touch with them. Any questions or comments for Jano?
I have one, Pat. It's Andrew. So, Jano, does the delay in many of these capital programs also affect the repairs to the Rutgers tube?
Commissioner, we are able to advance the Rutgers tube in large part because of the cash flow. It's federally funded. It's one of the last of those major Sandy rehab projects. So, again, we were able to figure out how to manage the cash flow implications of it, and we have a source of funding for that. So that project is able to go forward, and it has the advantage, as you know, of allowing us to get in front of outages that will be necessary for the 8th Avenue line resignaling. But broadly speaking, we're in dire straits, and that's an exception.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I got a question for you, Jano. How do we tell when we get from the point of trying to save the capital plan, trying to save the station accessibility program, to just keeping the lights on? How do we know we've crossed that threshold but what will it mean in the federal government? How can we tell when they refuse to, Mitch McConnell refuses to bring this stuff to the floor? What's the tip-off here?
I really, Bob Foran is our financial engineer and leader, and he is every day working to figure out how do we preserve our ability to continue to operate the system, even at a minimal level, without sacrificing other important goals. That's an evolving situation, Commissioner Brown. You know that the legislature and the Congress have given flexibility to use capital for operating. So the question is how much of the capital program, and not all sources are available, as you know. Obviously, congestion pricing has not been enacted, been able to be enacted. So how much of the money that is available for capital is going to have to be taken away to be used for operating, and that's the struggle that we're facing.
Commissioner.
Hi, thank you, Chairman. Jano, I just want to clarify the accelerated station announcement that happened on June 8th. There were accessible stations, 11 accessible stations. Is that still happening? Because I know you mentioned that 23 are on hold, and I just want to clarify on the 11 and the announcement by the governor on June 8th.
I appreciate the question, Commissioner. What we're doing in those accelerations is we're taking projects that are underway and are moving them more quickly. I alluded to it in my remarks, taking advantage of lower ridership to get more access and maybe some more outages to do more work. The 23 stations that I mentioned, which were the first procurement, are part of the 70-station 20 to 24 program accessibility initiative. That's what's on hold. We're trying to move forward quickly with the projects that are already underway. That's what you heard on June 8th.
And the 11 are part of that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, good, thanks. The minutes of May's joint board meeting and minutes from each committee have been distributed to all board members. Are there any corrections or omissions? If not, I move to approve the minutes. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any noes or abstentions? Thank you. Kathy Rinaldi, please report on Metro North, if you would.
Thank you, Pat. Good afternoon, everybody. As we noted at the top of the meeting, Metro North lost another employee to COVID-19 since our last board meeting. Orestes Torres, the electrician in the mechanical department, joined Metro North in 2002. He worked on the inspection in Croton Harmon. Our deepest condolences go out to his brother Isidro and his sister-in-law, and my condolences also go out to the Metro North Mechanical Department. All three employees who have been lost to COVID-19 were employees of that department. As of today, there is one maintenance way employee who was released from the hospital and is now in a rehabilitation facility because of COVID-19. Please keep this employee and his family in your thoughts and prayers. As the region continues to reopen, though, we are seeing more and more of our employees coming back to work, either from quarantine or having recovered from COVID-19. As of yesterday, the total number of Metro North employees that had tested positive for COVID-19 has held steady since the end of May at 181. We still have only 12 employees out of work, either because they are on quarantine or because they have tested positive. And as of yesterday, we had returned 1,238 people to work. While I welcome the new board members, I also want to take a moment to bid goodbye to Susan Metzger and thank her for her leadership and her friendship during her 15-year tenure as the Orange County representative on the MTA board. Since 2016, Susan has served with distinction as the chairperson of the Metro North Committee, and we will truly miss her thoughtful insight and her perspective on the many issues and topics that we've addressed over the years. Susan has been a tireless advocate for improving and investing in West of Hudson service in the entire MTA region, and we greatly appreciate her commitment to enhancing rail service and her understanding of the important role rail service plays in the communities that we serve. I'm pleased that back in March, we performed the last cut-in segment for the new signal system on the Port Jervis line, which principally serves Orange County. This new signal system is now fully operational on the Port Jervis line,
and it provides the backbone to support PTC implementation, which Susan, along with Kevin and Neil, have been keenly focused on as board members. The Metro North family will truly miss Susan, and on behalf of everyone at the railroad, we wish her the very best in her future endeavors.
Kathy?
Yes.
It's Susan. I want to thank all of the board members for the many fine compliments you've given me and the many nice emails I've received. But I want you to understand that I'm actually grateful for the opportunity I had to serve on this board. I didn't do it for your thanks. I did it because I wanted better service for West and the entire metro region. I want safe, equal service for all. I'm very proud that I was chair of Metro North. I was chaired during some tough times and some fine times. I've been on the committee through the 2008-2009 issue. I know how difficult the decisions are to make, and I am sorry that the board has to deal with that in the near future, but I have every confidence in the board. I also was very happy during my tenure to see the synergies between Metro North and Long Island Railroad provide cost savings for us and help us to achieve individual goals. But as Kevin and I both know, we represent very different communities, and the representation on the board for each of those communities is most important. It helps us to use our synergies and to maintain our identities. I was very, very proud to help Mike Garner create some wonderful achievements in the Diversity Committee, and I challenge Rhonda to continue that going forward. There's still strides to be made. I loved being on the CPOC committee. Nothing better than seeing this system expand and grow, and I'm looking forward to being able to see that again in the future. I never served on the Finance Committee, but I always attended all of the meetings because the wizardry that I see in stretching dollars, saving money, has been amazing. And Larry, you have a hard road to hoe ahead, but I know you're going to meet the challenge. I also want to thank all the help that I've been given from other board members, previous board members, 5 or 6 chairmen, the patience I was shown as the intricacies of the technology has been explained to me, Glenn Hayden being a good example of that at Metro North, the kindness of the staff, and the quiet presence of the MTA police. I thank everybody for that. There are moments in this meeting where I think, oh, damn, I should not be resigning. I should continue. But 15 years is long enough, and I will miss every single one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan, for those gracious words, and you're going to be greatly missed here.
Hey, Pat, can I cut into Kathy's remarks and just comment?
Of course, Kevin.
Hey, Susan is certainly going to be missed, and I think she really represents what all of us board members should heed, and that is she was a fierce advocate for her region, but she knew her fiduciary duty was to the entire MTA system, and that means she was very supportive of issues on Long Island as well as in the city. So I learned a lot from her as we were co-chairs of the committee, and I thank her for her service and her friendship, and God bless you, Susan.
Thank you.
Can I say something, please? It's Andrew.
Of course, Andrew.
It has been a pleasure working with you, Susan, over the years. I've always said that you saw the big picture of the MTA. You were anything but parochial. Sure, you spoke up for Orange County and west of Hudson, but you also understood the trials and tribulations of Long Island and the 5 boroughs. You were a pleasure to work with on diversity and all the railroad committees, and you will absolutely be sorely missed. Thank you for everything you did.
It's David Mack, and I'd like to second that. I worked with her for a good many years. Susan, will miss you. Stay healthy, and just keep doing good things.
Commissioner Glucksman.
Yeah, I was going to talk later, but since we're all on this subject, you're going to miss. I just hope that they can find another advocate for Orange County who's as vocal and as knowledgeable as you are, and I echo everybody else's sentiments. You're going to be missed, and I wish you a long and a happy and healthy retirement from the job.
Commissioner Brown.
Pat?
Yeah, of course, we all love you, Susan, and we all learned a lot from you. You brought a great balance of political insight and technical expertise that I don't believe we can really replace. And as a quarter pounder, you punched way above your weight. I'd say up to the 800-pound level, and you never cried about being a quarter, and no one ever even knew you only had a quarter, and that you listened to things, didn't understand, quickly understood them. In some cases, became an expert on it. Really, I don't know entirely reflect. Thank you for the privilege of working.
We have a meeting at.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to turn it back to Kathy Rinaldi.
Okay. So while we're saying goodbye, I also want to recognize an executive team member of mine who is retiring this month, our VP of Engineering, Glenn Hayden, who retired in 2014 after having worked for 16 years in the private sector. Under Glenn's leadership and expertise, Metro North has been effectively undergoing an aggressive track maintenance program to bring our infrastructure to a state of good repair. Glenn is the leader of the PTC project team responsible for the installation of all the right-of-way infrastructure critical for PTC implementation. Because of Glenn's dedication and determination, Metro North remains on target to have full PTC functionality across the railroad by the end of this year. We were so lucky to have returned to Metro North to complete his distinguished career, and will greatly miss his expertise and knowledge, and I want to wish him the very, very best on his retirement. Just a little bit about our service. I'll try to run through this quickly, given how long this meeting is going. Our employees continue to respond to the COVID pandemic every day, and we're all very, very grateful for their dedicated service during these challenging times. During most of the month of May, we continue to operate the Metro North Essential Service Plan with all-day hourly service, and service delivery operated above goal at 99.1%, with year-to-date performance at the end of May 2.6% better than in 2019. At the same time, west of Hudson service operated above goal at 97.2. On May 26th, the Mid-Hudson entered Phase 1 reopening, and in anticipation of potential increases in ridership, we increased service to accommodate customers who are traveling to and from the city. Last Monday, June 15th, we introduced a new schedule that increased service further to accommodate New York City's Phase 1 reopening. This schedule reflected a 115% increase in peak period trains with the schedule that we were running during the pandemic. This past Monday, in response to the incremental increase in ridership expected for Phase 2, we added an additional 12-hour trains, and we reopened North End access to Grand Central to assist in social distancing. We're keeping an eye on ridership. We'll increase services necessary. Continuing, our enhanced cleaning and disinfecting protocol stations will be as we slowly welcome more riders back into the system. Our unprecedented 24/7 cleaning and disinfecting will continue on train cars and at stations. In addition, we've deployed 75 station ambassadors at 30 stations on platforms and in terminals to monitor ridership, remind our customers to socially distance, and to provide information. We've installed hand sanitizer dispensers at our New York stations and some of the Connecticut stations, and we've distributed 2,500 masks. Face covering signage is posted at all stations to remind riders that they need one to travel, and we place floor decals at locations where customers have a tendency to queue, and we're piloting outdoor decals at Fordham, Pelham, Scarsdale, and Tarrytown. We're continuing to clean our employee facilities aggressively, and this aggressive cleaning and disinfection will continue. But we're not stopping. We have several initiatives underway to further enhance our response to the COVID-19 pandemic. We're testing new cleaning technologies and products, including the use of battery pack sprayers for cleaning train cars and electrostatic sprayers in our facilities. We're working with the MTA family on UV technology. We're testing new air purifying systems on our trains, including renewable products. In partnership with Omni, we're looking at installing UV lights on new ticket machines that clean all touch points, and we're exploring touchless options for purchasing tickets. We're evaluating several options to better gauge ridership on our trains, including the use of onboard closed-circuit cameras and sensors, at each car door, like what we have in place at the entrance to Yankees East 153rd Street Station. And we're developing tools for customers to monitor crowded conditions on trains. We're going to tier off the good work that's been done by Long Island. Meanwhile, important work as part of our Way Ahead plan continues around the railroad despite the pandemic. As many of you will recall, we launched Way Ahead in October of 2018 as our strategic roadmap for our future. When we launched, the committee requested that Metro North provide a progress report twice a year on Way Ahead, which is included in today's agenda. In the interest of time, I'll refer you to that report in the book, but I do want to highlight some work that's been done pursuant to our signature Smart Track initiative. Smart Track enables us to undertake critical infrastructure work by strategically shutting down continuous segments of track, giving multiple work groups uninterrupted access to maintain and improve the system. As Jano indicated earlier, our reduced ridership during this period has provided us opportunities to build on our existing Smart Track program. So I want to highlight a few opportunities here. Our crews expedited the installation of new steel ties to replace timber ties on the Harlem River Lift Bridge, which carries every single train into and out of New York City. We also built a temporary platform at Cortlandt Station, which will support infrastructure work on the Hudson Line later this year. At the Hudson Avenue grade crossing in Peekskill, we installed additional warning bells, flashing lights, and fencing to improve pedestrian and vehicular safety. Our crews enhanced the J Street crossing in Crotona while relocating power and signal equipment to make way for a future project with New York State DOT in the town of Bedford. Through an agreement with the town and village of Scarsdale, we secured underutilized commuter parking adjacent to the tracks, which has allowed us to accelerate by 1 year a project that had been scheduled for next summer to replace the 4 track switches directly south of the Scarsdale station. This is very busy 2-track territory of the Harlem Line, and under normal circumstances, this project would have been a painful one for our Harlem Line customers. Advancing the work during this period when ridership is still low allows us to stage our equipment closer to the work location, and we've reduced the anticipated duration of this project by 8 weeks and decreased the amount of nighttime work, resulting in less impacts on the surrounding community. And in Connecticut, on the Danbury branch, our crews continue installing ties and removing old transmission poles while substitute bus service remains in effect. On the New Haven line, we're replacing ties between New Rochelle and Rye, while at the same time advancing the construction of a new interlocking in Norwalk by installing new track switches and catenary trusses. We've accelerated capital work as well, including bridge replacements in Mount Vernon, a substation project in Mount Kisco, and initial survey work to support the Park Avenue Viaduct replacement project. Finally, on PTC, we remain on schedule and have 202 route miles, or 82%, operating in full PTC with the complete Harlem Line, the complete Hudson Line, and part of the New Haven Line from Grand Central Terminal to Greenwich, as well as the New Canaan and Danbury branches in full PTC functionality. With field work and testing continuing, we are on schedule to have the section between Bridgeport and New Haven cut in by the end of this month. We're going to cut it in over the weekend. And the final segment from Greenwich to Bridgeport anticipated by the end of July. Amtrak boundaries at New Haven and New Rochelle are expected to be complete by September. In closing, I want to thank everyone at Metro North for their dedication, grit, and determination throughout the pandemic as we continue to reopen the region. I'm very proud to lead the Metro North organization and really proud of my colleagues. Turning to procurement, we have 2 procurements for approval this month totaling $9.2 million. One is a non-competitive procurement totaling $6.5 million, and the second is a competitive procurement totaling $2.74. Let's go first to the non-competitive procurement. On behalf of both Metro North and Long Island Railroad, I request approval to award a 4-year contract to the firm Albatross North America, Inc., DBA SEPSA Metha North America, or SEPSA, in the not-to-exceed amount of $6.5 million. That breaks down for $3.5 million for Metro North and $3 million for the Long Island. This is for auxiliary power system parts, onboard cameras, components, assemblies, and repairable items that reside on the Metro North's M3, both railroads, M3, M7, and M8 electric rail cars, and the M7 electric rail cars for the Long Island. The one competitive procurement is as follows. Approval is requested for a contract modification under the current competitively solicited contract awarded in January of 2018 to the firm WDS Inc. in the not-to-exceed amount of $2.74 million for the installation of HVAC equipment for cooling spaces critical to Metro North's operations within GCT. I submit these 2 procurement items to the board for approval.
Thank you, Kathy. Any questions? I'll make a motion to approve these procurements. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed or abstentions?
Aye.
Yes? Sorry, any noes or abstentions? Okay, there being none, the procurement carries. Before we hear from the Long Island Railroad, Commissioner Glucksman has asked us to say a few words about the passing of Mark Epstein, who served as president and chair of the Long Island Railroad Commuter Council. Randy.
Thank you. As you probably have heard, the Mark Epstein, chair of the Long Island Railroad Commuter Council, passed away the week before last. A member of the council since 2009, Mark made all riders' issues his issues. As chair of the Long Island Railroad Commuter Council, Mark worked to improve the commute for his neighbors throughout Long Island. He focused on issues that rail riders cared about deeply, ranging from on-time performance to public safety, about which he cared deeply. Extremely active in his community and was always meeting with elected officials to present his unique perspective as a rider and commuter to call for improvements. Mark rode the Long Island Railroad regularly, and everything he spoke about was from that perspective. Simply, he represented riders passionately because he was one. He will be missed. In the coming weeks, the Long Island Railroad Commuter Council will elect a new chair. The council will continue Mark's legacy and continue to be advocates for riders while working closely with the Long Island Railroad to address issues that affect us all. Thank you. And if I have one more moment, changing to a more positive note, I want to welcome all the 5 new board members and hope that you have a good, enjoyable time on the board. Thank you.
Thanks, Randy. Our thoughts are with Mark's family. Phil Eng from the Long Island Railroad, please.
Thank you, Pat. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to all the new board members. And to Dr. Metzger, thank you for your leadership and dedicated service. You have left a lasting mark here. We wish you all the best. As we continue to move through this pandemic, I'm proud to see the workforce rise to the occasion every single day, delivering essential service in support of our economy's revitalization. I assure all that we remain vigilant in our safety practices. On Monday, June 22nd, when New York City Phase 2 began, we saw ridership rise to 16% of our normal weekday travel. And today marks another major milestone as Long Island enters Phase 3. I want all to know that we're continuing our robust disinfecting measures that better support riders as they gradually return. The dedication of our workforce, both managers and represented, along with the support of our labor leaders, has enabled us to continually staff and execute our service plan with an on-time performance of 98.5% for the month of May. And as the region continues to reopen, keeping the public informed is vital for returning riders as they navigate through these unprecedented times. Real-time information is essential for riders as they make decisions as to when and how they travel. I'm proud on June 16th, we launched an updated and improved train time app, a game changer for how our customers receive information right in the palm of their hands. This is a major accomplishment. Real-time information, seating availability on each of our M7 and M9 cars. It's a rail industry first in North America, and I'm thrilled for MTA to once again be leading the way with technology to empower the rider and improve the customer experience. Real-time seat availability, real-time train location, and real-time train status. I want to thank Will Fisher, Long Island Railroad's Chief Innovation Officer, and his team, MTA IT, and all at Long Island Railroad that played a role in making this happen. And we continue to deliver critical infrastructure projects that are helping to fortify our system and ensure continued reliability. Earlier this week, our new Meadowbrook substation in Freeport became operational. This substation replaces the existing one built in 1972 and provides upgraded electric traction power to the Babylon branch. And on the weekend of June 6th, we installed a new switch in Great Neck as part of the new Pocket Track project. This East Side Access Readiness effort will provide greater flexibility and support additional opening day service on the Port Washington branch. Further improving operations, on the weekend of June 13th, we installed a new switch in Harold Interlocking. I'm proud of how our track, our signal, our power, and flaggers have continued to execute during this pandemic, rebuilding and improving the railroad for today and for the future. And another critical project, Positive Train Control, remains on schedule. We're continuing field installations and testing. 89% of our rolling stock is updated with the latest software. All New York and Atlantic Railway fleet are now qualified to operate in PTC, and Amtrak remains on schedule as they address interoperability through Harold. And finally, regarding the Long Island Railroad expansion project, we are supporting the replacement of the Glen Cove Road Bridge with a mainline closure between Mineola and Hicksville beginning this Saturday, June 27th, with service resuming on Monday, June 29th. We are supporting this by using the diesel fleet and offering train shuttle service between Hicksville and Babylon, and additionally, Nice Bus will cross honor between Mineola and Hempstead and between Mineola and Hicksville. Further information as well as other projects are in the book. I want to urge everyone during these summer months and beyond to continue doing the things we know work to stop the spread of COVID-19, like washing our hands or staying home if they don't feel well. Perhaps the most important reminder of all, though, is if you're riding public transportation, you must wear some type of face covering at all times, including while in our stations or waiting for your train. The public adherence to these measures has been a crucial factor in slowing the spread, saving lives, restarting the economy, and your continued support will help us keep moving in the right direction. Earlier this month, our Corporate Safety Department launched a special edition of our annual Safety Along the Tracks art contest to help get our younger generation involved. Students in grades kindergarten through 12 are invited to create their own face covering graphic with a creative safety message about this public health initiative. This contest runs through June 30th, and we can't wait to see what the youth comes up with. And we're working towards a new normal in a smart and prudent way. Long Island Railroad workers, as well as those in the MTA family, have helped us get through the thick of this crisis. They are heroes moving heroes. And Long Island Railroad has one item for board approval and procurements. The Long Island Railroad requests the MTA Board approval to award a competitively bid contract to Myers Controlled Power, LLC, in the amount of $7,659,654, of which $5,430,168 is base work, and the remainders are for two options: for construction, testing, and delivery of a mobile substation. Primary objective of this project is to improve Long Island Railroad preparedness and post-event recovery from future extreme weather events like Superstorm Sandy. This will allow the railroad to be better prepared for emergency situations and will help minimize service disruptions due to power and communications failures along the right-of-way, with availability of mobile emergency management equipment. The equipment will be available to protect us system-wide and better support safety and operations. I hereby submit this procurement for board approval, and this concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. I'll make the motion to approve this procurement. Do I have a second?
Yes, Kevin seconds, Pat.
Thank you. Any questions? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Procurement carries. Jano.
Construction Development has 5 procurement actions totaling $20.9 million for approval this month that are brought through the Joint Railroad Committee, and all 5 of those are ratifications. One, in the amount of $3.1 million, is to accelerate the installation and local testing of equipment in order to meet the scheduled date for the commencement of integrated systems testing on the East Side Access Project. This modification is necessitated by the need to mitigate delays caused by water infiltration in those deep tunnel areas. The remaining 4 items are ratifications to the East Side Access Facility Systems Package totaling $17.8 million that arise from the decision made several years ago, but long after this contract was awarded, to consolidate the IT functions of the various MTA agencies into a single MTA corporate IT. As a result, many of the IT functions originally designed had to be reconfigured and reprogrammed to interface and coordinate with the new centralized MTA IT structure and additional equipment. In addition, various upgrades and security issues and security standards that changed had to be addressed by these modifications as well. Now, funding for these modifications is within the East Side Access contract contingency, which is the budget that I've outlined a couple of years ago for the board. However, because these types of late-breaking design changes were not intended to be paid for by the East Side Access budget, the expectation is that the contingency will be replenished from other sources. Obviously, that's going to take a while and depends on us shaking out all of the issues associated with the MTA capital program that we're talking about. But just a heads up that there will be some kind of a resettlement of these amounts. All 5 of these items are submitted for the board's approval today, and I thank you.
Thanks, Jano. Any questions? I'll make the motion to approve these procurements. Do I have a second?
Yes, Kevin seconds, Pat.
Thank you, Kevin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. These procurements carry. General.
Hey, while I have the floor, we have one item that is through the Transit Committee this month. It's a competitive procurement requesting approval for a contract mod for the replacement of supervisory control systems, including programmable logic controllers at 2 additional fan plants in the Steinway Tube, totaling $2.3 million. This is work, I just emphasize, that is taking advantage of the fact that we have opportunity to economize by grabbing time and space that existing work allows. Allowing this work to be performed as a modification rather than as a new procurement is cost effective and will allow, as I said, for the work to immediately begin during the period of low ridership, mitigating cost and inconvenience to passengers. The item is submitted for your approval.
Thank you, Jano. Any questions?
I just have a comment on the CRC item. I think it's a great idea, but in the description of the item, when it mentions the Steinway Tube, it mentions the adjacent station as Vernon Junction instead of Vernon Jackson.
You know, Commissioner, you know we put that in just to test if you were reading it. But we will correct it. The item will be corrected as you know.
Thank you. I'll make the motion to approve this procurement. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed or abstentions? The procurement carries. Sarah.
Thank you, Pat. This is, I know, been a meeting that's going long, so I'll make my comments very brief, and then I know some board members may have questions, so I'll just make brief comments and then take questions if there are any. You know, I first just want to thank the men and women of New York City Transit for a smooth transition to Phase 1 and from Phase 1 to Phase 2. An enormous amount of work went into the planning for reopening, from distribution of products to every station to the testing of various cleaning products and dispensers to contemplation of what was the right policy for us to take on for Phase 1 and Phase 2. The planning and schedule work that went into scaling back when we were short on crews to essential service and then the return to regular service. The marketing and signage in our systems, the decals and stencils in every single station across our system, and of course the ongoing cleaning that has been done throughout the system multiple times a day in stations and multiple times a day in rail cars. It's been incredible and admirable work. And I also want to thank our riders, those who have been in the system throughout the pandemic, our essential workers, and also those who have just returned to the system after being absent for months. It's been an honor to welcome them back. And to those who have not returned yet, when you do return, you will return to a system that is clean and feels safe and is ready to welcome you back. We look forward to seeing you. I know there are items board members may want to ask me about, from 179s to ridership trends, and I'm happy to take those questions.
Good. Any questions for Sarah? You've got a procurement?
Okay. The New York City Transit procurement package includes one item for an estimated $11.9 million. This is a retroactive modification to the contract with Siemens Industry to purchase 30 additional car-borne communications-based train control equipment units to complete the car-borne installation on the entire R160 fleet. Additionally, the contractor will design and install a remote download system to allow for future upgrades on the onboard CBTC software to be downloaded to the units while in service, instead of sending personnel to perform manual updates when the trains are out of service. I submit this procurement for board approval.
Thank you, Sarah. Any questions? I'll make a motion to approve this procurement. Do I have a second? Second?
I'll second it, Pat.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed or any abstentions? The procurement carries. Thank you, Sarah. Next, let's hear from Bridges and Tunnels. Danny, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The safety of our employees, customers, and contractors have been and remains our top priority now more than ever during this COVID-19 pandemic. And I thank our employees, contractors, and the motoring public for working and traveling safely in these challenging times. As we proceed on the path to restoring normal operations, safely managing traffic is an important challenge. Bridges and tunnels traffic has rebounded from our low of 65% below pre-pandemic levels back in April, and it continues to grow as COVID-19 restrictions are lifted in the region. To more safely accommodate this return to normalcy, Bridges and Tunnels completed an important safety improvement at the Bronx Whitestone Bridge on June 15th that reconfigured the southbound roadway, or Queensbound, to reduce the need to change lanes from the exit at the Whitestone Expressway and the Cross Island Parkway. This project was completed 1 month ahead of schedule to improve performance in an area that has been a focus of customers' safety efforts for some time. Again, I thank all Bridge and Tunnel employees for their resiliency during these difficult times. I have one procurement for Bridges and Tunnels, a 2-year extension of a contract for Conduit State and Local Solutions to provide back office services for the New York Easy Pass Customer Service Center, jointly operated by Bridges and Tunnels, the New York State Thruway, and the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey for $94.2 million. The extension will also provide support of the federally mandated split tolling at the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. I submit these procurement for board approval.
Thank you, Danny. Any questions on this? I will make the motion to approve the procurement. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. The procurement carries. Next is the Finance Committee, and we'll hear from MTA Chief Procurement Officer Kavesh Iyer. Kavesh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. MTA headquarters has 2 competitive procurement actions totaling $20,964,000. The first action proposes an award totaling $14,049,000 over a 3-year period to Cigna Health and Life Insurance Company to provide dental benefit services to the MTA on behalf of New York City Transit for certain represented active employees, retirees, and their dependents. The next action is a modification to extend a contract with Cubic Transportation Systems to continue providing in-depot warranty services for the bus customer information system hardware. This action totals $6,915,964 for a 2-year duration. There are no non-competitive actions nor ratifications proposed this month. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lacewell has indicated that she will abstain on the Cigna procurement. Thanks, Kavesh. I'll have a motion to approve these. Actually, let's have 2 motions. Motion first on Cigna. I'll make it. Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Calise?
I recuse myself.
Thank you. Duly noted. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And Tom, 2 abstentions. Thank you. I'll take a motion on the Cubic Transportation System matter. I'll move it. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? The procurements carry. David Florio, please introduce the real estate items, if you would.
Mr. Chairman, real estate has 4 action items for consideration and approval. There were 2 MTA-wide action items. The first is a license with Compass Group to install vending machines in employee facilities across all agencies and in select passenger stations. The second MTA item is an amendment to an existing board policy permitting MTA real estate to enter into leases without board approval for swing space and restroom facilities to support New York City Transit bus and operating staff. There is 1 action item for New York City Transit. It is a license with MTA newsstands for 3 travel convenience retail units in the Delancey Essex Street Station Complex. The Long Island Railroad has 1 action item. It is the sale of surplus property in Richmond Hill to an adjacent property owner, Alpha Point Incorporated. There is, Mr. Chairman, one additional information item, and I'm happy to answer any questions regarding any of the foregoing.
Thank you. Any questions for David on any of these? I'll make the motion to approve the real estate items. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? The real estate item carries. Thank you, David. Valerie Bannon, MTA's Chief Investment Officer, will now briefly introduce the MTA's annual pension report. Valerie.
you. Good afternoon, everyone. In your materials, you'll find information on both the MTA's sponsored defined benefit and defined contribution plans, including plan and portfolio composition, performance, and MWBE participation. I'll run through some highlights and leave some time at the end for questions. Starting with a market overview, major asset classes had positive returns in 2019. Equities had a strong year, ultimately supported by easy monetary policy and progress on trade. U.S. and global developed equity market indices were up between 25 and 35%. Fixed income also had a strong year as the Federal Reserve cut interest rates 3 times. Broad investment grade bond indices rose between 6 and 13%. This translated into very strong returns for the plans. As of the end of 2019, the defined benefit plans generated returns of 15.5% net of fees, well above the actuarial determined 7% return assumption. Employer contributions also continue to meet actuarial determined levels. The MTA defined benefit plan and the Long Island Railroad additional plan, with $5.6 billion in combined assets and over 19,000 active participants, had a 72.8% and 57.6% funding level, respectively, at the beginning of 2019, down slightly year over year. The Metzgers plan, with $3.3 billion in assets and approximately 8,000 active participants, reached a 74.4% funding level at the start of 2019, also down slightly year over year. Minority and women business enterprise, or MWBE, managers in the DB plans rose to 17% of total assets and 25% of public assets in 2019, from 14 and 21% respectively the year before. In terms of the DC plan, the 401k and 457 plans ended 2019 at $7.4 billion in assets, with nearly 55,000 active participants, which equates to a 74.8% participation rate, very high both amongst peers, especially government plans where a DB plan is in place. Finally, moving on to the current environment, while most major U.S. indices reached new highs mid-February, the emergence and spread of COVID-19 created a challenging capital market environment characterized by widespread selling of risk assets, a rise in volatility, and constrained liquidity conditions. Massive economic stimulus acted to keep capital markets functioning and supported some recovery in asset prices. The outlook is mixed, with the consensus view interpreting that either a V or a W-shaped recovery will unfold over the coming 2 years. Through the end of April, the MTA defined benefit plan, the Long Island Railroad additional plan, and Metzgers were down between 12.3 and 12.5%, which was a 25% recovery from the first quarter and in line with other public pension plans. That was the end of my prepared remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions on Valerie's presentation? Okay, thank you, Valerie.
Thank you.
We'll now turn to CPOC. This month, the CPOC portion of the meeting focuses on implementation of Omni and the MTA's performance against contracting goals for disadvantaged businesses and minority, women, and service-disabled veteran-owned businesses. In addition, the CPOC book, which is on the website and director's desk, of course, contains the commitment and completions report and quarterly traffic light report. First, Al Petray will provide an update on Omni. Al.
Thank you, commissioners and board members and Pat. I'm pleased to report that even COVID-19, a pandemic, cannot stop the Omni Express from bringing our contactless payments for all New Yorkers. We are on budget and we're on target to complete phase 2 installations of contactless readers at all subway stations and on all buses by December of this year. It will take more than a pandemic to derail the Omni Express. Some additional project highlights include 2 contract change orders, all-door boarding. Change order provides for installation of bus readers at all rear doors, almost doubling the workload to over 12,000 total readers, and they'll all be done by the end of the year. The paratransit change order provides for the interface between the Omni payment function and Paratransit's reservation system, and that will be done in 2021. The IEC's report is available in the CPOC book, and both the IEC and I are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. Questions for Al?
Yes, Al, I have a couple of questions. First of all, the rear door boarding readers are great. Will anything be done to the steps as you board the bus so that it will know somebody is there and did not pay if the person does not tap their Omni card in the rear of the bus?
The system, as it's implemented and designed, is called a proof of payment system. So what Omni allows is for an Eagle Team inspector to use an OSBD, an onboard validation device, to scan the customer's media, exactly how SBS operates today. The media will be scanned, it'll be digitally on a phone, it will be scanned NFC, near-field communication-wise, for a credit or debit card, and will approve payment at that point. That's how proof of payment systems work, and that's how this system will work.
And
there's no automated way to know if a person paid or didn't pay as they enter or exit a bus.
Right. And the other question I have is, when do you anticipate time-based passes will be utilized in the Omni system? Because I think that's what's going to make it really take off.
When would you like them? By the end of the year, is that good enough?
That's very good. If that's when every bus and station will be, that would be great.
We're shooting for the end of the year. Maybe it'll be January, but we're shooting for the end of the year to be able to introduce time-based products.
Thank you, Al.
Any other questions for Al? All right, thank you. Michael Gardner will now provide an update on minority and women-owned and disadvantaged business participation.
Thank you, Chairman Foran. I hope everyone is well and safe. I'm going to give you a brief overview of our annual DBE goal and the results to date. Next page, please. Our annual DBE goal is 18%. During the first 6 months of this current year, we are achieving 16% in contract awards and 22% in payments. Please note that this is a decrease from the previous year. Last year, we had 28 and 26% DBE respectively for each of the 6 months, the highest in the nation. Part of the issue that led to the decrease of our DBE goal was the lack of capital projects that were allocated to the MTA's Small Business Federal Program. That program allows our DBE firms to bid on projects up to $3 million as prime contractors, and the 60-day moratorium due to COVID-19. I'm optimistic that in moving forward, we are going to have a allocation of our projects for the federal program, and also it will not be any more moratorium, so we can thrive in this area once again. We are working with the FTA, currently speaking, to increase our DBE goal from 18% to 20% based upon the availability of DBE firms in the market. As I indicated last year, we had 26 and 28% respectively. We are confident that we can achieve a 20% goal based upon the type of projects and based upon the availability of DBE firms in the marketplace. I will pivot over to our MBE goal. Our annual MBE state goal is 15%. We are currently achieving 16% in awards and 12% in payments. On the WBE side is 15% annual goal. We are achieving 13% WBE awards and 11% in payments. On our SDVOB goal is 6%. We are achieving 4% in awards and 0.29 in payments. Let me also end by saying thank you, Susan, for your leadership and support of DDCR as we have built the nation's most effective MWBE program on payments. And Chairman Foy, I will be submitting to you in a very, very short period of time our annual payments from last year to MW, DBE, SDVLB firms. Is going to be a great story, and we will make history. And Susan, early on, and Vice Chairman Ferrer, they were very keen on holding us responsible for our results. Let me also say that we are at a very, very, very critical time in our nation, as you indicated earlier in this meeting. We are leaving a health pandemic. We have entered a recession, which means that the Black community and Hispanic communities are in a depression. And we have civil rights uprisings all throughout the world. And it is a very opportune time for us right now to work on the workforce side, to make sure that we have diversity and to make sure that all of our employees have the ability to work in a harassment-free environment. And so that's going to be our goal, to make sure that we emulate on the business side as we are going to do on the workforce side. And I'm looking forward to working with you, Chairman Foy, and the operating agency presidents in making sure that we have a great workforce, and we will deal with problems and basically have a agency where everybody is going to be respected and can have the ability to be promoted. Thank you.
So, Michael, thank you for the continued success. Any questions for Michael Gardner?
Hey, Pat, it's Kevin.
Kevin.
Hey, I know the hour's getting late, but can you just educate me and maybe others? I thought the governor had a 30% requirement for MWBE when it comes to any entities that utilize state monies. And so how come our goal is only 15? How come our goal is only 15%?
Well, you are absolutely correct. And if you add 15 and 15, that is the 30% goal that the governor has mandated all of 97 state agencies and authorities to try to achieve. And so just by a data point perspective, we are currently at 27%. And I'm optimistic that next year that we will achieve the 30% goal that's being mandated by the governor.
Very good. Thank you, Michael. I always like and enjoy your reports. I don't enjoy your Yankee cap. Thank you.
It's a different cap this time.
Oh, very, very good. Thank you, Michael.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Anybody else with questions for Michael Gardner? Thank you. We are joined by the MTA Inspector General and Karen McCorney, who will be presenting on our office's activities. Karen.
Good morning, Pat. Are you able to hear me okay?
We can hear you fine, Carolyn.
Fantastic. Well, a very warm welcome to the new board members. The IG's office is very much looking forward to working with all of you. Dr. Metzger, you will be missed. My team and I are so grateful for the support that you have shown for our office and our office's work over the years. We wish you the best of luck, and thank you for your many, many years of incredible public service. To the MTA workforce, my team and I are absolutely heartbroken over those who have died and those who have lost loved ones during the COVID pandemic. You have been very, very much in our prayers. We are in awe of your incredible resolve and your commitment to public service that you have shown the past few months. And during some of the darkest days and nights that our city has ever seen, you have literally kept us going. So saying thank you will never do it justice. Please know that you have our respect and our gratitude. So I last appeared before the board in December of 2019, and what I'd like to do today is to review with you some of the work my office has done since then and some of the work that's on the horizon. I did have a PowerPoint, Pat, I'm not sure if you guys are able to pull that up. Fantastic. So if you can go to the next slide, please. Thank you so much. So last week, we released our report on homelessness, highlighting the results of an 11-month investigation and audit that found weaknesses in MTA's previous pre-pandemic homelessness initiatives. And you may recall that the Interagency Task Force on Homelessness in the subway system had recommended that the IG's office monitor homelessness initiatives. I want to thank my team for their work on this report to get you, the board, the public, the advocates, and everyone a thoughtful, comprehensive report on such an important and systemic issue during a pandemic, no less. It's just really a testament to my team's excellence and their commitment to public service. And I also want to thank the folks at the MTA, the MTA PD, and city and state government who gave us incredibly valuable feedback, which we incorporated into this report and our recommendations. Our report found that despite MTA's sincere efforts to connect homeless individuals to the services that they need, and after spending millions of dollars annually, its outreach programs were not showing improvement in reducing the disruptions resulting from the homeless population, and its goals, metrics, and data were lacking. And even more fundamentally, the report finds that really most of what's needed to move homeless people out of the transit system and into more appropriate settings is simply beyond the MTA's control, expertise, and mission. Next slide, please. My team, keeping the trains operating 24/7 was a major obstacle to both cleaning the subways and to addressing homelessness. And for this reason, I support the overnight shutdowns to conduct increased cleanings in response to the coronavirus, which I recently went out to inspect overnight. Shutting down subway service between the hours of 1 and 5 a.m. for cleaning is aggressive, but it's imperative in the midst of a pandemic. Realistically, even recognizing the disruption and inconvenience caused by the overnight closing, there are few options other than an overnight shutdown if New York City Transit wants to clean the trains, reduce the presence of the virus, and allow riders to feel confident returning to the subway system in the coming months. And riders should have no fear returning to their daily commutes. The MTA simply can't afford it, and nor can the city, the tri-state area, or frankly, our country. The overnight shutdown must also seize on any available opportunities to get crucial maintenance and construction work done, save money, and ensure long-term safety and good service to the MTA riders and taxpayers. While New York State has been on pause pursuant to Governor Cuomo's executive order, its transit system continues to age and it requires continuous investment, which other speakers before me today have been emphasizing. And for the foreseeable future, the most cost-effective means to maintain and expand our public transportation system needs to be the focus. So the MTA must take advantage of this overnight shutdown to advance its core mission, to ensure that when the Republic does return to the system in full force, it finds one that is clean, safe, and strong. So where feasible, I'm urging all branches of the MTA, especially transit and construction and development, to maximize this opportunity to pursue critical infrastructure projects, maintenance work, and key upgrades during this period of low ridership and the nightly shutdowns. And in fact, this model has been successfully implemented elsewhere through the MTA's Fast Track program, which halts late night and early morning service on discrete line segments to allow for maintenance work in tunnels, stations, and on tracks. My team has examined this program in effect for years, and they were impressed at how well it enables important maintenance work and cleaning to happen cost effectively, thus reducing commuter delays and preventable incidents. Now, all of us hope that the MTA finds a way to keep the capital program funded. Making vital repairs and improvements to keep our public transit system running smoothly, quickly, and frequently is more vital than ever, especially now in an era where avoiding delays and overcrowding is a public health imperative. Next slide, please. Safety and security have always been priorities for my office, and in fact, all of my office's reports released this year touch on these themes. One of our reports found Long Island Railroad's post-incident investigative practices didn't reflect industry best practices, particularly by not clearly providing a single official within the railroad who had the authority for key investigative tasks. And this could result in hindering collection of evidence at the scene of a train accident. I'm very pleased that Long Island Railroad management has accepted all of our recommendations, and I really look forward to working with them in the future to keep riders safe. Another report found that the root cause of the February 2019 escalator wreck at New York City Transit's 5th Avenue and 53rd Street subway station was due to worn mechanical parts that went unnoticed when preventative maintenance visits were canceled or they were left incomplete by transit maintainers. And while it is very fortunate that nobody was seriously injured, even during an era of fiscal constraints, transit must ensure that station equipment remains safe and operational. In another report, we reviewed the risk that Bridges and Tunnels officers would be in a position to accept kickbacks from towing companies. And I'm pleased that we initiated this review at management's request. We thank them for asking us to do this kind of work. And we found no evidence that officers had engaged in wrongdoing, but concluded that their record-keeping practices were deficient, leaving motorists at risk of being charged by unauthorized towing companies and innocent employees at risk of being falsely accused. So to address these deficiencies, B&T accepted our recommendation and they have revised their procedures. In March, we released a report that found physical security controls for the 47 MTA storerooms that my investigators visited appeared adequate. My office plans to conduct a future assessment on the controls over the materials that are outside of these storerooms, i.e. non-stock items. Additionally, since I last spoke with you, my office and our law enforcement partners made public 2 criminal matters. They both involved bid rigging. In January, we announced with the Manhattan DA's office the indictment of a former contract manager at Metro North for corrupting the RFP process in exchange for $70,000 in kickbacks. And in March, we announced with the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York that a former MTA supervisor had pled guilty to obstructing a federal investigation into bid rigging and fraud in connection with contracts for Superstorm Sandy repairs. Next slide, please. Also in March, my office released its 2019 annual report. We revamped this significantly from the prior year's style of reports, and that was to provide unprecedented levels of transparency, providing data and statistics about my office that had not previously been released. And we really appreciate the suggestions of the good government groups who had requested this. We believe this new policy of openness and sunlight has already paid off. As the annual report states, in 2019, my office received a record number of complaints, conducted more site visits than ever before, and we released groundbreaking audits that exposed dangerous working conditions and led to reforms on overtime. Notably, the report detailed the significant monetary impact that OIG had in 2019. We questioned over $275 million in MTA costs and lost revenue. We recouped over $7 million. And our monitoring efforts with the MTA agencies during the response to Superstorm Sandy have saved the MTA and taxpayers and riders more than $20 million for current construction projects and up to $48 million for total construction projects. And a big shout out to audit services at the MTA, who are terrific partners to us in this. Next slide, please. As New York became the epicenter of the pandemic, many members of our staff stepped up and served as part of the state's response to the outbreak in different ways. Some were trained and joined the thousands who volunteered on the New York State hotlines to help connect New Yorkers with the assistance that they needed. Some OIG investigators worked with the State Inspector General's office, providing real-time monitoring of inventory of COVID-related materials. And they also helped the state conduct, my team helped the state conduct vendor integrity checks in connection with COVID-related procurement, incredibly important. So going forward, we will be collaborating with the MTA to monitor how the Federal CARES Act money is being spent and other aspects of COVID, so that Congress, taxpayers, riders, and other stakeholders can feel comfortable that there is an independent watchdog in place, making sure that the MTA has sound controls and management systems in place. And while the pandemic is unprecedented, as I just mentioned, the IG's office has previously partnered with the MTA to monitor hundreds of millions of dollars in aid received following Superstorm Sandy, and we were able to save taxpayers millions of dollars while doing that. So we believe that we are up to the task. Next slide, please. The next report from my office will be the work of the MTA's Overtime Task Force, which my office monitors. The 15 recommendations made in the Morrison and Foster report on overtime, together with the 4 recommendations in my own office's audit report on MTA's high overtime earners, help guide the MTA's efforts to reform overtime. OIG staff monitor the work of the OT task force to ensure that the MTA agencies meaningfully rein in overtime spending and safeguard against potential waste, fraud, and abuse. And so we will soon release our latest monitoring report. It will cover the first and second quarters of 2020. I'm looking forward to coming back to the board in the fall. I will talk to you about that and other work that we expect to release in the coming months. And again, I'm really looking forward to working with all of the board members in the coming months. Thank you.
Any questions for the Inspector General? All right, thank you. I'll take a motion to adjourn the meeting. Do I have a second?
Pat.
Andrew.
Larry.
Larry, I'm sorry.
Okay, Andrew, we sound alike, I guess. Listen, I just wanted to take a brief second to add my praise and thanks to Susan Metzger and join the chorus of other board members who've spoken. I didn't get a chance before. I've been able to serve with Susan for a number of years now on the board. She is a class act. That is the best way for me to describe Susan to anyone. She is not just a consummate professional who brought a lot of institutional knowledge, historical knowledge here, as well as, her passion for the commuter rails in the agency was second to none. And I just want to wish her happiness, good health, and success in her next journey in life. She's just a really good person, as well as a class act. And I know all the board members who have served with you on the MTA board all feel the same way. So, Susan, we love you. Best of luck.
Victor.
Thanks, Chairman. In honor of the ADA, the 30th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, next month, if we can have an accessibility report, that'd be great. I know, Pat, that you and I spoke a lot about ADA 30, but in doing some events, given the pandemic, that's changed. But if we could have a report, that would be great. Thank you.
Alex Elagudin, who works for Sarah Feinberg, already has that underway, and that presentation will be made next month. Do I have a motion to adjourn? I move it. Second? All in favor? Second. Meeting is adjourned. The next regularly scheduled board meeting is Wednesday, July 22nd. Thanks, everybody. We're ready? All right, good. Unprecedented fiscal challenge at the MTA. MTA has faced challenges before in the 70s and 80s, 2008, and been able to surmount those challenges. The extent and the percentage of the budget that this revenue loss from fare, ridership being down dramatically, and dedicated taxes and subsidies being down is unprecedented. I characterized it as a four-alarm fire, which makes the need for federal funding in the short term now, an additional $3.9 billion from the federal government, absolutely essential for the MTA to get through 2020. And obviously the deficit continues in 2021. And with that, we'll take your questions.
All right, folks, just reminding you to use the electronic hand-raising device on your control monitors to indicate that you want to ask a question. And we're going to go first to Dave Colon from Streets Blog. Dave, you got the first question today. Go ahead.
Thanks. Hey, Pat. Every piece of news out of Washington suggests that Senate Republicans don't want to move on a relief bill at all. So, I mean, what does the MTA do short of saying, hey, we really need some help here, we really need the feds to, give us a hand?
David, we are laser focused on getting the funding. The fact that it was included in the HEROES bill that passed the House, really important. Obviously, Senator Schumer are going to play an important role in the Senate, and right now we are focused on getting $3.9 billion for the rest of 2020. It is essential that we get that money.
All right, we're going to move on. Sorry, Dave, you have a follow?
I guess, yeah, sure. I mean, are you talking to, your lenders or anything to get them to explain to Mitch McConnell and the Senate Republicans what a huge calamity this could be if you all go bankrupt or run out of money?
Yeah, look, we're talking to all stakeholders. We're filing disclosure as we're required to do on a regular basis. We'll continue to do that. We've been absolutely candid about the extent and the unprecedented nature of the fiscal challenge that we face, and we're going to continue to do that with stakeholders at every level.
And we go to David Meyer here with us in the room of the New York Post. Dave?
Yeah, Pat, the WSP report was fairly laudatory of the MTA's COVID approach over the last few months. TW Local 100, Tony Utano specifically, just put out a statement calling it a whitewash report, saying transit workers who saw more than 130 of their coworkers die know the sordid and painful truth. The MTA failed its employees. It was late to provide masks. It initially told workers they couldn't wear masks. If they had a plan, it was terribly inaccurate. Taking credit for being out front of the CDC is not an actual accomplishment. More than 130 dead transit workers isn't cause for celebration. I'm just hoping you could respond to that.
Yeah, well, look, the loss of 132 of our colleagues who succumbed to the virus is an absolute tragedy. We read names today, as we did at the prior two meetings, and we grieved the loss of every one of those colleagues. The board a couple of months ago unanimously approved the family benefit. I thought that was absolutely appropriate and the right thing to do under the circumstances. I didn't think the WSP report was laudatory. I thought it was accurate, and it was candid. It mentioned the fact that the science from public health officials, not only in the United States and around the world, has changed. We changed our approach before the CDC did, and long before the World Health Organization did. And I think it's fair to say that the MTA was early, aggressive, and innovative in taking action to minimize public health risk to our customers and our employees.
All right, we're going to move on to Danielle Moyo of Politico. Welcome her to The Beat and to these news conferences. Danielle, you're up.
Hi, and thanks for the welcome. I'm excited about it. My question is, at this point, is there any consideration as to whether or not you won't bring 24-hour subway service back as a cost-cutting measure at this point? It's been talked about through the lens of, obviously, the public health crisis, but are you considering this on top of the other items you listed today as a possibility that it may not come back because of the fiscal crisis without federal aid?
1 a.m. to 5 a.m. closure was started in order for us to be able to disinfect every station and every subway car every night. It's played that role. It has also helped the city, which is responsible for dealing with homeless individuals both on the streets and in the subways, the NYPD and the City Department of Homeless Services, to deal with that challenge. The city has reported that the number of homeless that are being referred to shelter and staying in shelter is significantly higher than it was before the 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. Closures. That's a positive thing. As we've said before, the closures will continue as the pandemic continues.
And next up is Jose Martinez of the city. Jose.
Hi, Pat. What does the bottom look like in terms of whether you do not get the federal funding?
Look, Jose, we have to get the federal funding in order to get through 2020, and the deficit in 2021 is $6 or $7 billion. These are projections; could be higher, could be lower. But it's absolutely essential that we get the federal funding. There are other transit agencies and governments, local and state governments around the country that are in a similar position. I'm only focused on the MTA, and it's absolutely essential for us to continue running the service that we run and not having to take the dramatic and drastic steps that we outlined at the meeting. It's absolutely essential that we get $3.9 billion for the rest of the year.
And if you don't?
Well, look, if we don't, we outlined a series of steps. Everything has to be on the table. Those things were a list. None of us want to take any of those actions. But if we don't get the funding, everything's got to be on the table. And that's why it is so essential that we get the $3.9 billion to take us through the rest of 2020.
And now on to Long Island, where Alfonso Castillo is waiting from Newsday. Alfonso.
Hi, Pat. A couple of financial questions. First, you just said everything is on the table. Bob Foran said that as well, and mentioned among what those things are potential fare increase. You've said up until now there will be no pandemic-related fare increase, but if to close this gap next year, this $6.8 billion gap, you do rely on a fare increase beyond what's planned. Isn't that a pandemic-related fare increase?
The fare increase, Alfonso, is referring to the planned fare increase in 2020. We're not contemplating a pandemic-related fare increase.
Okay. The other follow-up on that, the Empire Center, I believe today released its annual overtime report. This is a follow-up to the report last year that it got so much attention and led to several investigations and your own efforts to control overtime. It shows that overtime was down in 2019 as compared to 2018. I know it's also down further this year, in part because of the pandemic. But can you talk about whether what becomes of the MTA's efforts to control overtime, like so many other things? Does that just kind of need to be put on hold for now with all these other priorities?
No, Alfonso, I think the Empire Center report indicated that overtime was down $105 million. That's a substantial increase. That, in part, is the result of the focus on and overtime and management by the agency presidents Sarah Feinberg and Phil Eng and Kathy Rinaldi and Danny DiCrescenzo, and that effort has to continue. It is more urgent than ever that we do everything we can to control expenses, including overtime.
Next up is Michelle Caskey from Bloomberg. Michelle.
Hello. So again, with the deficits and with the revenue dropping, what are you hearing from the state? What kind of help can they, from the state or the city, what kind of help can they provide financially if the federal government won't come through for you guys?
Look, the state government took a number of steps in this year's budget, legislative steps that help in terms of being able to, for instance, and this is not something we want to do either, do deficit financing. The In effect, the obligation to break even was removed because borrowings will be counted as revenue. Those are important steps. We're completely cognizant that the state and the city are also under fiscal pressure because New York has been the epicenter of the pandemic. This is a national crisis. It requires a national solution. The MTA is going to play a critical role in the recovery of the New York City region, but also in the national recovery, given the fact that almost 10% of the country's gross domestic product comes from this region, and the MTA will play a critical role in that recovery.
And next up is Ben Kabak from 2nd Avenue Sagas. Ben.
Thanks, Tim. Just to follow up on Danielle's question, is the MTA committed to restoring 24/7 service, and what does the end of the pandemic mean, which I know is a trigger, Pat, that you've said it at this meeting and that Sarah said publicly as well.
Pandemic, we're not public health officials, right? And the end of the pandemic will be defined in New York State by Governor Cuomo based on public health officials, and I suspect that he'll be looking to people like Dr. Zucker, the New York State Department of Health. But we're not going to determine the end of the pandemic. The governor and public health officials will in this state.
And next is Christina Goldbaum of the New York Times. Christina.
Hey, Pat. I'm wondering if you can clarify, if the MTA receives the $3.9 billion in federal funding, will that unfreeze the 2020-2024 capital program, or are those projects going to stay on pause regardless?
Well, look, the most important short-term step that will help both operations and capital is the receipt of the $3.9 billion. Obviously, we're not out of the woods when we get that because there's a $6 to $7 billion deficit, more or less, projected for 2021. But receiving that money would be an immensely positive step forward from every point of view, operations and capital at the MTA.
And next up is Paul Burton of Bond Buyer. Paul.
Hi, Pat. Thanks, Tim. Can you hear me okay? Pat?
We can hear you.
Okay, good. This is about the municipal lending facility. The Federal Reserve criteria refers to lost revenue. Now, for Fairbox, that's self-explanatory. But given the Fed has been adjusting its criteria, it's been a very fluid situation. Could the MTA be able to define the drop in dedicated taxes and fees as also lost revenue and thereby expand its borrowing capacity if needed?
Bob Foran on that one.
That is the point that we've made, or will make, is because we believe that these revenues, the dedicated taxes, are dedicated to the MTA. They're coming to the MTA. In fact, in several cases, they're not even appropriated. For the PMT, comes directly to the MTA. So clearly, those are our revenues. And so we would make that argument.
Thank you.
And we move on to Randy Marshall at the editorial board out there at Newsday. Randy.
Hi, Pat. Thanks for taking my question. Two questions for you and maybe for Jano also. First, what do the capital program delays and potential stoppage mean for East Side Access and Third Track, which obviously I know work is ongoing, but what does it mean in terms of getting those two things done?
East Side Access is continuing, Randy.
And Third Track?
Same thing.
Okay. The other question, go ahead, Jano.
Randy, not only is Third Track continuing, but we have a bridge push in Mineola, Carl Place border, the Glen Cove Road bridge this weekend. We built the bridge next in the parking lot next to it, and the project's going forward. So East Side Access, Third Track are going forward on schedule, and it's all our projects we're looking for opportunities to accelerate. The difference is the projects that we have underway, where we have contract obligations and where we have obviously work underway, are going forward, and it's the new projects that are being impacted where we can't make additional commitments pending resolution of the financial issues, Randy.
And while I have you on that, can you guys comment at all on the concerns from the Village of Garden City and the town of Hempstead regarding the utility pole issue? when it comes to third track that have been erected and the claim that proper notification wasn't provided to residents there?
Look, everything about third track was in that very extensive secret process, and Randy, I know you're well aware of it. We've had literally, in addition to having that incredible environmental review process, we have hundreds of meetings with the villages and towns up and down the corridor. And the commitment that we made was to keep on budget and on schedule, because that's such a densely populated corridor, and we did not want to impact on, have this project drag on, and also to stay in the right-of-way. These poles are in the right-of-way. They're designed for resilience post-Sandy. They're poles that have been used elsewhere. And, frankly, at this stage, we're not going to stop the project and redesign them because, one community has some visual objections, notwithstanding all the process that's gone on so far. So, unfortunately, or fortunately, we're keeping schedule and budget going there.
Thank you.
And the next question will be from Paul Berger of the Wall Street Journal. Paul. Paul is getting his settings adjusted.
Can you hear me okay?
We do now.
Okay. Hi, Pat. Just a quick question about these cost-cutting measures. I was wondering, given the dire financial straits the authority's in, have you guys actually considered wage cuts, for the top earners? If that would help keep some of your lower-paid staff on board, and it's being done at some major companies. What kind of?
So, Paul, everything's on the table.
Okay. All right, and then I guess since I missed it at the beginning, I'm sorry if this is kind of a repetition of the question, but in terms of the WSP report and the fact that Larry said that perhaps you should be saving money on consultants, and given the TWU response to this thing, calling it a whitewash, I mean, isn't this the first place that you should be cutting these kind of needless reports that cost hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars?
No, look, I couldn't disagree more. We are in a pandemic in which over 100,000 people in the United States have succumbed to the virus across the country. New York has been the epicenter. Having WSP with consulting help from a public health professor at Johns Hopkins, reviewing what's been done around the country and around the world, assessing the MTA's response seems entirely appropriate. It was under $100,000. And from the point of view of our customers and our employees, that work, and as well as managers and leaders at the MTA, that work's extraordinarily important. I am glad that we retained them. We retained WSP because they and Johns Hopkins in a consulting role did the APTA report that was issued by American Public Transit Association in April, and being able to take advantage of the fact that that team had done the work was important and valuable. The report I think is immensely valuable to us and should be reassuring to our customers and our employees.
Did you ask them to look into why so many of your workers have died?
That was not part of the scope. We are in discussion.
Why not? I mean,
well, no. Here's why, Paul. We're in discussions with public health and medical institutions about doing that work, that epidemiological work, when the pandemic is over.
And from the Journal, we're going to AM New York, where Mark Hallam is standing by. Mark.
Hey, Pat. I'm wondering if there's been any additional push or pressure on the federal government to approve congestion pricing and sort of expedite that process.
We have the Central Business District tolling was passed in April of 2019. We had our first meeting a couple of weeks later. We've met 20 times at this point in Washington and in the regional office in Albany. We continue to be in dialogue with USDOT and with FHWA. It's paradoxical to me that congestion pricing, central business district tolling, which is a huge environmental social good, reduces congestion, funds mass transit, reduces emissions, is being held up on what I believe is an obscure environmental question. And all we want from USDOT and all we've ever wanted from the beginning is tell us what the environmental process is and we'll pursue it. As I've reported before, the parts of the central business district tolling that the MTA is solely responsible for, namely the design and the pre-construction work, is on time and on budget, but there's a limit as to how far we can, there's a legal limit as to how far we can take that without DOT guidance and approval.
And waiting patient. Sorry, go ahead, Mark, if you got a follow-up.
Yeah, but is there additional pressure on them considering the financial situation right now?
Well, look, the central business district tolling is primarily intended for capital. And it's $15 billion. It's the $51.5 billion capital plan you'll all recall. It's critical that we get it to be able to execute that capital plan, and we've been focused on that in every meeting and telephone call and communication we've had with DOT. And frankly, the response in Washington is both disappointing and cynical.
All right, waiting patiently has been Steve Nesson of WNYC. And Steve, you're up.
Hey there, Pat, can you hear me?
Yes, Steve.
All right, just a quick follow-up on congestion pricing.
Sure.
If by some miracle it does go through and it's up and running by January, would you use those funds just for the operating budget, given the dire finances you just outlined?
So, Steve, your question is up and running by January of 2020?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the reality is because of the U.S. DOT delays, it is, I think, virtually impossible at this point that it would be up and running by January 2021. Our goal is to, and has been from the beginning, is to get it done as quickly as possible and to have it fund the capital plan. But a January 2021 start is a virtual impossibility given where we are on the calendar.
And just a quick question. As far as hiring the new police officers, the MTA police officers, I know 160 have been hired. The rest of the hires are on hold or frozen for now. But why not, just given the symbolism of hiring police during all the outrage over policing, why not just let that go, just to save a couple million and to show some, goodwill toward, the protests and everything that's been happening, that the MTA is going to be progressive and, turn a corner.
So, Steve, we didn't hire the police officers as a symbolic matter. We hired them because we have a fundamental responsibility to provide a safe and secure environment for our customers and our employees. It wasn't symbolism. The crime situation, not on the subways, but on the streets, demonstrates that there's a continuing need for a policing presence no matter what police reforms are enacted. But again, it was about providing a safe and secure environment for millions of customers and tens of thousands of our employees.
And we're going to wrap it up today with the Daily News's very own Clayton Gusa, the most patient reporter out there of the day. Clayton.
I got two. If you'd let me follow up after you answer the first one, that'd be great. You've ducked this question twice in this press conference. I'm not asking when, I'm not asking what trigger, but can you commit to the people of New York City that 24-hour subway service will one day resume?
Look, as I said, when the right now, we said at the beginning, the governor said it and our press release said it, that the 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. closure would continue while the pandemic continues, period.
So it's temporary, it's going to end at some point.
As the pandemic continues, yes.
Okay, and then my follow-up is as more, and I asked this the other day, but I wanted to follow up. As more restaurants return, under phase 2, you have a lot more people who are working late, potentially running into the 24-hour shutdown. Sarah Feinberg said the other day that you guys have sufficient bus service to help those people get home and help all the people get home during the reopening. But my question is, have you or Sarah ridden the overnight bus service? And 2, would you consider riding the bus service with the daily news as a show to the riders that it does work and is sufficient?
Well, one, I personally have ridden it once. I'll defer to Sarah on the question as to whether she'll ride with the Daily News. If she does, I'll happy to join you.
I look forward to it. It'll be great.
Good. Me too.
All right, Clayton, you're laughing. I presume that means you don't have another follow-up. Satisfied with these answers, and we can move on to say goodbye and thanks, everybody. Really appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you.